dengan jejaring. Jadi itu tidak hanya dengan tentang petanya, tapi juga nanti mungkin riset-riset terkait dengan padang lamun, serta hal-hal lain, mungkin juga eh, calon lokasi yang cocok untuk proyek-proyek karbon biru. Kita lihat satu-satu mungkin ya. Pertama terkait dengan peta, nanti ini akan dibahas panjang lebar mungkin di sesi pertama. Untuk peta padang lamun nasional saat ini kita belum ada ya. Nah, saat ini KKP selaku wali data bekerja sama dengan banyak pihak sebenarnya dengan BRIN, dengan BIG, dengan Universitas Gadjah Mada dan Universitas Hasanuddin itu memiliki kerjasama terkait pemetaan padang lamun. Dan salah satu output yang telah dihasilkan itu adalah keputusan Direktur Jenderal Pengelolaan Kelautan dan Ruang Laut nomor 45 tahun 2024, yaitu ini tentang pedoman teknis penyusunan informasi geospasial habitat bentik laut dangkal. Pedoman ini akan mengikat secara nasional, jadi setiap ada survei pemetaan terkait habitat bentik laut dangkal, termasuk padang lamun ya di habitat bentik itu, maka akan menggunakan standar ini. Jadi semuanya nanti akan menggunakan standar yang sama sehingga peta yang kita hasilkan juga memiliki referensi dan sama dan sehingga bisa digabung dan ini menjadi suatu peta nasional. Nah, ini mungkin sekilas nanti bahkan uh, dielaborasi lebih jauh oleh Prof. Prama dan teman-teman di sesi pertama gitu ya. Ini yang dilakukan adalah menggunakan Google Earth Engine seperti itu dan juga dengan validasi lapangan. Selanjutnya mungkin menggambarkan bahwa proses ini sudah berlangsung lama, sebenarnya tidak ujuk-ujuk mungkin tahun ini saja, tapi kita harapkan akan selesai di tahun ini. Jadi kita juga sudah sampai ke tahap ada training of trainers untuk pemetaan padang lamun nasional dan ini melibatkan tidak hanya teman-teman KKP namun juga perguruan tinggi dan NGO yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dan teman-teman ini sebenarnya sudah apa ya, sudah dilibatkan juga saat survei lapangan karena kita banyak melakukan survei lapangan untuk validasi. Saat ini saya rasa ada 7 ya. Sekarang yang ketujuh sepertinya, kalau saya nggak salah gitu ya. Mungkin nanti akan dijelaskan lebih jauh. Mungkin ini saya hanya memperlihatkan bahwa sudah ada loh yang kita lakukan. Dan jadi kita cuma nggak cuma ngandelin Google Earth Engine gitu ya untuk pemetaan, tapi juga turun langsung ke lapangan untuk mengecek eh, validitas datanya. Baik, itu mungkin saya tadi agak percepat, tapi itu memberikan kita sebenarnya gambaran bahwa proses ini sedang berlangsung dan mudah-mudahan akhir tahun ini kita sudah selesai ya, Mas Prama, Mas Novi, gitu dan Mas Dodi, sehingga kita bisa memiliki peta lamun nasional yang bisa kita pakai sebagai dasar perhitungan karbon. Selanjutnya terkait dengan inventarisasi gas rumah kacanya sendiri, kita mengadakan perubahan ya, ada perubahan gitu sudah saya sampaikan tadi. Jadi kita coba menghitung kembali dan ini kita dibantu. Saya ini agak terlalu teknis ya, mungkin saya tidak akan bicara banyak gitu ya. Tapi kita sedang dalam proses itu dan mengidentifikasi lagi gap-gap mana nih kalau kita menggunakan perhitungan yang baru. dengan eh, metode baru gitu ya. Apa sih gap yang kita kita miliki seperti itu? Nah, mungkin bisa dilihat kalau untuk aksi mitigasi untuk sementara ini yang kita identifikasi adalah eh, konservasi atau perlindungan laut dan juga rehabilitasi. Nah, mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah memahami bahwa kita memiliki kawasan-kawasan konservasi dan salah satunya ekosistem yang dilindungi adalah Padang Lamun. Untuk rehabilitasi sendiri sebenarnya ini cukup baru ya. Rehabilitasi mangrove biasa mungkin sudah banyak, skalanya besar gitu ya. Bahkan kita punya target yang sangat besar untuk rehabilitasi ekosistem mangrove. Namun untuk Padang Lamun ini masih baru dan ini kita sedang coba sebenarnya ini bagi beberapa pilot project. Salah satunya yang ada di Bintan di Provinsi Kepulauan Riau itu ada pembibitan ya. Jadi rehabilitasi dari bibit eh, Padang Lamun dan ini mungkin beberapa dokumentasi proses eh, penanaman kemarin yang kita lakukan di sana, di Tanjung Pinang. Selanjutnya, terkait dengan penguatan regulasi, eh, jadi kita tahu kalau kita Perpres 98 itu kan tidak hanya untuk blue carbon atau itu ya, itu kan untuk nasional. Lalu KLHK selaku National Focal Point sudah menerbitkan yang namanya peraturan payungnya untuk NEK-nya ya, yaitu eh, Peraturan Menteri LHK nomor 21 tahun 2022 tentang prosedur implementasi nilai ekonomi karbon ya. Jadi itulah yang kemudian di apa ya diturunkan lagi lebih detail oleh sektor, termasuk oleh sektor kehutanan dengan Permen LHK nomor 7 2023 juga dengan oleh Permen SDM nomor 16 tahun 2022. Nah, ini sektor ya yang mengeluarkan bukan National Focal Point-nya. Lalu OJK juga menerbitkan regulasi nomor 14 tahun 2023 yang ini tentang bursa karbon. Jadi sudah ada beberapa peraturan sebenarnya turunan dari uh, Perpres 98. Tapi gimana sih di kelautan gitu? Kita sektor apa enggak gitu? Apa kita sudah siap apa belum regulasinya gitu ya? Jadi kita sudah punya sebenarnya satu yang baru diterbitkan bulan lalu gitu ya. 2 bulan lalu ya mungkin yaitu Keputusan Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan nomor 52 tahun 2024 ini terkait dengan peta jalan mitigasi perubahan iklim untuk sektor kelautan dan perikanan. Ini baru peta jalannya. Jadi di situ sudah menampilkan eh, tidak hanya eh, tentang blue carbon sebenarnya, namun juga eh, apakah saya hilang? Sebentar, sebentar.
Aman Bu, aman.
Kelihatan.
Aman ya?
Yes.
Soalnya kayaknya agak freeze di saya, jadi saya agak bertanya. Ya, jadi tidak hanya Keputusan Menteri ini tidak hanya bercerita tentang blue carbon sebenarnya, roadmap-nya blue carbon, tapi juga roadmap beberapa kegiatan di sektor kelautan perikanan yang bisa berpotensi untuk mengurangi emisi gas rumah kaca seperti dari aktivitas perikanan tangkap, aktivitas budidaya perikanan, serta juga dari aktivitas pengolahan hasil perikanan. Jadi ini berlaku kita coba susun selama 5 tahun ke depan. Dan ini sudah bisa di-download Bapak Ibu. Jika ingin mendownload, maka ini sudah ada di JDIH KKP. Selanjutnya, yang saat ini sedang kita bahas, ini juga saya sebenarnya juga mohon maaf tidak bisa bergabung di KKP karena sedang membahas rancangan ini juga di luar kota gitu ya. Ya ini terkait dengan rancangan Permen KP terkait dengan implementasi nilai ekonomi karbon pada sektor kelautan dan perikanan. Jadi tadi ngomong peta jalan, sekarang ini bicara tentang nilai ekonomi karbonnya. Jadi itu juga sama, kita coba bagi tidak hanya blue carbon, tapi juga ada perikanan tangkap, budidaya, serta juga pengolahan hasil perikanan. Dan kita buka satu itu sektor lain yang nanti mungkin bisa menambah atau memperkaya isi ini, isi permen ini. Jadi ini sedang dibahas. Dan yang terakhir, mungkin isu terakhir terkait dengan aplikasi untuk pengukuran ya. Jadi untuk database seperti apa. Nah, kita punya punya sebenarnya PR jangka panjang untuk mengumpulkan semua data yang ada dalam satu aplikasi sebenarnya. Kita coba mengembangkan yang namanya App Laut. ini nanti sebenarnya akan jadi rumah, tidak hanya terkait dengan proyek-proyek karbon, tapi juga kita ingin ini sebenarnya nanti juga ada cerita di situ terkait juga dengan pemetaan misalnya, atau ada riset. Jadi semua itu dalam satu rumah. Satu rumah, dan ini nanti jika akan bisa menghitung juga, jadi semua itu bisa diolah dalam satu aplikasi, dan semua itu nanti bisa kita laporkan ke SRNPPI di Kementerian LHK. Jadi kami siapkan sebenarnya app laut ini untuk terkoneksi dengan SRNPPI di KLHK. Dan itu semua nanti akan disatukan. Nanti kita punya ya bareng-bareng dah yang namanya ada ruang karbon biru gitu ya bareng-bareng. Dan ini yang akan menjadi rumah untuk kegiatan dan aksi mitigasi perubahan iklim di sektor kelautan dan perikanan. Oke, seperti itu gambaran terkini kegiatan terkait dengan aksi mitigasi terutama blue carbon di Indonesia. Semoga kita bisa berdiskusi lebih lebih dalam ya, terutama terkait dengan tadi peta dan juga inventory eh, padang lamunnya pada hari ini. Baik, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Fegi, for sharing the progress and providing us a solid foundation for our discussion today. Now we will move to the first session, focusing on seagrass blue carbon mapping. This session will be moderated by Dr. Dodi Mendro Yuwono from the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG. Dr. Dodi Mendro Yuwono is a survey and mapping expert in Geospatial Information Authority of Indonesia. He finished his PhD in coastal remote sensing from the University of Advising Sector in Geospatial Data Management and Utilizations. He also worked with other scientists, especially in coastal mapping with remote sensing. So we have 4 speakers lined up for this session. There are Professor Pramaditya Wicaksono from Gajah Mada University, who already here, and Dr. Megan Cover or Dr. Rebecca Trin from NUA or GST, who join us online, and also Muhammad Iqbal from USID Collective. So Mr. Dodi, I will hand over the microphone to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Purini. So please allow me to greet important persons here before I hand over the sessions to Dr. Dodi. So I'm Novi Adi from the Directorate of Coastal Utilizations and Small Islands. Thank you for Ms. Brian Watts for your attendance here and for the introduction. And we have also a privilege to have our special envoy to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Dr. Hendra Yusonsri, special envoy for ecology and socio-economic aspects. And thank you for all speakers for attending this workshop, whether online and attending in physical. And now I would like to hand over to our moderator, Dr. Dodi Yuwono. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to continue our sessions. Now is focusing on remote sensing, and seagrass mapping. We have already here our fallible speaker, Professor Pramaditya Wicaksono, would like to give first presentation about current Indonesian seagrass national seagrass mapping. I think before Professor Prama start with his presentation, I would like to read some data about Professor Prama. Dr. Pramaditya Wicaksono is a professor in Faculty of Geography, Gajah Mada University. He completed his PhD in marine remote sensing from a joint PhD program between Gajah Mada University and ITT Cologne University Applied Science, Germany. His current main work is developing automated rapid mapping method for seagrass above ground carbon stock and sequestration, using remote sensing to accelerate the availability of spatially and temporally explicit seagrass carbon stock and sequestration information. I think Professor Prama will give a very important information or knowledge this morning. So the stage is yours, Professor Prama, to start your presentation, please.
Oke. Langsung aja. Oke. Udah kelihatan belum ya share screen-nya ya? Oke. Wes. Udah, udah. Oke. Mas, mungkin mikrofon itu biar coba sini gitu. Logo biru. Gitu, dimajukin dikit. Yang depan. Itu mikrofonnya. Oh. Hello everyone, thank you for the moderator for your introductions, and in this session I'd like to briefly provide the updates on the Indonesian nationwide secrets mapping regarding the progress and the challenges that we encounter during the process. So this is actually the work of many people, not only me. I'm just representing the teams, but we have a collaboration between UGM, KKP, Peran, BIG, Unhas, and also the University of Queensland. And this project is partially funded by the David Lucille and Packard Foundation as well. So before I start, I would like to maybe clarify some information that may be circulating across Indonesia that some institution or some people believe that Indonesia secret areal extent is only about 300,000 hectares, which is actually not actually true, because that's only the area that has been validated by the previous national data custodian, which is LIPI, and that number actually is only representing 6 to 35% of potential total seagrass area across Indonesia, which is already explained by Bufeki around 1.8 million hectares, possibly, but we don't know yet. We hope to get the rough estimate maybe at the end of this year, and that's why we did what we did. We do what we are currently doing on trying to accelerate the availability of seagrass mapping across Indonesia. And as already mentioned, we have this cooperation, formal collaboration between this institution to try to accelerate the availability of seagrass national map. So our strategy to achieve that target, we separate the project into two steps. The first step is we try to map the seagrass data in Indonesia. So we are not mapping the actual seagrass yet, but we try to map the distribution of data across Indonesia in different institutions. And the second phase of the project is to map the seagrass itself. So for the first phase of the project is already finished in 2023, and currently we are going on the second phase of the project, and we'll finish in 2025. So this is just a recap of the result of our first phase project, where we try to map the seagrass data governance in Indonesia to try to take a closer look at the availability of seagrass-related data and the roles of various stakeholders in data provisioning at national level. So we try to invite several stakeholders or institutions that work with seagrass, either use it or collect it or manage the seagrass data, from central government, local government, universities, and also NGOs. We conducted several FGDs and workshops and make them sit together to try to share what they have done regarding seagrass data collection, usage, and also management. So the key finding actually is we have a lot of data across different institutions, but the roles kind of overlapping, because we have the user of seagrass data, we have the producer of seagrass data, we have the manager of seagrass data, but due to some circumstances, the roles become overlapping. For instance, if the user of seagrass data needs seagrass map and the producer don't have the seagrass map, then the user will become the producer of seagrass data, something like that. So, and also there are kind of lack of coordination at that time among these key players. So some activities are conducted in the same location by different institutions, and unfortunately they are conducted using different techniques, different methods. So when we try to compare the data, it's kind of difficult to really compare the data. So that's why this workshop, this FGD, is a very good way to set up the same platform for us to work together for accelerating the seagrass national map. And this also underscored the urgent need for strengthened seagrass data governance in Indonesia. And the result of this first phase project has been published, and if you want to read more about the result, you can see this publication on Marine Policy Journal. So we try to share our findings there. And currently, we are in the second phase of the project, which is the mapping itself. So we have several work plans on accelerating the seagrass map of Indonesia, starting from developing the methods, data collections, and also compilation of existing seagrass field data from different institutions, and also conducting primary field survey. And then we try to develop the models, and then try to implement the models to Sentinel-2 data across Indonesia. We also conducted capacity building for a lot of surveying staff of KKP networks across Indonesia, and also including universities and also NGO as well. And we are also trying to do the validation later on after we have the map. And this is the one of the output that has been finished. This is also already explained by Bu Vegi before regarding the seagrass mapping data product specification, which is already issued, I think this year, last month maybe, or last 2 months. And in this document, it regulates several items, including the classification scheme, and then the remote sensing approach, including the data, and also the processing, and also the field survey techniques selections. So we provide several techniques, not only one techniques. And then we have the data structure and management, and then the metadata, and so on. So this guidance can be used by different institutions or stakeholders that wants to support KKP in their effort to accelerate the availability of national seagrass data. And currently, we are also doing the field data compilation. So from this Indonesian Seagrass Mapping Partnership, we actually already compile a lot of field data across Indonesia. So you can see that these different colors represent the data from different institutions. And also we have support from the USAID Collective Project and also from YECAN. From their project, they also collected seagrass data and they shared it with us too. And we also conducted primary field survey as well. So you see there are 7 locations indicated by the grass symbol over there. And we have already finished 6 locations. And currently, as we speak, our team is in Banggai Island collecting field data. And this field data is not only conducted by the team, but we also invite NGOs as well, and also the local KKP networks. And this is the update of the field data collection. So this is the first survey in Belitung Island in May 2024. So we have 4 surveyors conducting field survey here, and you can see that in the map, the yellow line is the location of the field data that we collected. And we have 58 transects with almost 20,000 benthic photos that we collected. And in that area, the seagrass condition is dominantly covered by high density seagrass. And there are 6 species as well found in that area, with Thalassia embrici and Ahalus acorides becoming the dominant species in that area. And all this data has been processed, it's done, and this data is ready to be used to train the models. And this is some documentation from the field survey in Belitung. And for the second field survey in the Bontang, this is conducted by 6 personnel from UGM, from BRIN, and also from KKP, and also from local KKP, BPSPL, Pontianak as well. And we collected 42 transects with 8,000 photos. And we have 7 species with similarly Thalassia imbrici and Anhalus ochroides become the dominant species. And also this area has been processed, the data sorry finished. This is some documentation as well. And then we have this Kuandang area in Gorontalo, 6 personnel as well from UGM, from Hasanuddin University, and also from KKP and PPSPL Manado. We have 72 transects with 16,000 photos. 6 species again with similar dominant species, and it's already done the analysis of these photos. And then we went to Banyak Island, in Indian Sea, Indian Ocean. 6 personnel also from CI, UGM, and then KKP and PPSPL Padang. 91 transects, 11,000 photos. And this area is actually quite good to improve our training area, because the area that we first thought was seagrass is actually a branching coral, and also a lot of waste, rubbish, trapped in the coastal area that become a good way to improve our models, because actually not every dark patches near the shoreline is seagrass actually. And in this area, the seagrass is very low, the percentage cover, and the species is only 4. And the majority of ecosystem in this area is coral reefs. And the process is still ongoing to interpret all the photos in this area. And this, And then we went to Ossi Island as well, in Maluku. And 4 personnel from UGM and also from PPSPL Sorong, 69 transect, almost 14,000 photos with 5 species encountered. And then, this is currently still ongoing to process the data. And then the recently finished survey is in Kangean Island, Madura, 4 personnel from UGM and also from Peran, 36 transects, about 6,000 photos with 10 species. So actually the highest biodiversity is in Kangean, from our survey location. And also a lot of Thalassodendron ciliatum, which is usually just the minor species in this area, but in this site we have massive Thalassodendron ciliatum, currently still under processing. And we are going to do one more in Bangga Island. I cannot show you the data just yet because they are currently on the field. And the next closest agenda is try to use the data that we have collected from different institutions and also from field survey to train the model and to implement the model that we have developed to try at least produce the first draft of Indonesian National Seagrass Map. So this is what we expected to have. And then we are going to do the validation, accuracy assessment, and hopefully if we have all this seagrass distribution across Indonesia, later on, maybe we can improve the map to try to map the percentage cover, for instance, and then we try to do the above ground seagrass carbon stock as well. But that's the story for another project. But at least if we have the distribution of seagrass in Indonesia, we can map the seagrass in more detailed level. And then we can also calculate the below ground carbon and then sediment carbon, and then to try to estimate the total ecosystem carbon stock from this data. And to ensure the sustainability of the mapping process, we conducted the citizen science approach by conducting trainings. And this training in Belitung should be the first of the many that we hope to conduct later in the future. And also we support the initiation of Indonesia Seagrass Blue Carbon Network because we believe that sustainable mapping needs an operational network. So with this network, we have a lot of potential, such as trying to share existing field data, sharing existing local knowledge, and then join primary data collection, join survey, maybe funding, map validation, and also capacity building. So we hope to have this in the near future. Yep. So that's from us regarding the update of Indonesian National Secrets Map. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Pramaditya Wicaksono. Really comprehensive data expose and knowledge from data collections, coordination among institutions, and also for the developing the new standard for building or producing seagrass data for whole Indonesia. And I think for the audience, I think you have to keep your questions in mind first, or maybe you can write it down your questions, because we will have a discussion until after we finish all the speakers. And next we will have a discussion from NOAA. I think we have already Dr. Megan and Dr. Rebecca here. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, cool. Yes. Okay. Dr. Megan and Dr. Rebecca will deliver discussion of current seagrass mapping technology on NOAA's perspective, and hopefully your presentation, your talk will give a really good insight for Indonesian perspective, especially for seagrass mapping. Before started, I would like to read your personal data first. Dr. Megan Cover completed her PhD in geospatial analytics at North Carolina State University. Her research focused on leveraging various satellite remote sensing technology for studying inland and coastal aquatic environments. This work has been published in Remote Sensing of Environment and Ecological Indicators. She also worked as on ORISE, ORISE Fellow with EPA Office of Research and Development prior to joining NOAA. And Dr. Rebecca Trin, also a biological oceanographer who has studied marine ecology from the tropics and the poles. She completed her PhD at Columbia University researching the whole organism play in carbon storage in the deep ocean. She also has completed her field research in Antarctica, and she is a member of NOAA Coastal Blue Team and NOAA Carbon Dioxide Removal Task Force. I think you can start your presentation, Dr. Megan and Rebecca, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I am Rebecca Trin, and tonight I will be presenting with my colleague Megan Kofer. We are both within NOAA's Center for Satellite Applications and Research. And a lot of our work has been focused around using commercial satellite imagery for coastal habitat mapping. And we're really excited to be here tonight to be talking to you about these US-based efforts and how they could work in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So as we all know here, seagrasses, salt marshes, and mangroves are very important ecosystems for many of the things that were mentioned during the introduction, not only for carbon storage, but for habitat stabilization, biodiversity, and shoreline protection. Megan and I have been focused on using commercial-based satellite imagery and machine learning to try to map these different ecosystems to try and understand their biodiversity and their carbon storage capacity. Next slide, please. So Megan and I have met with several folks on this call over the past couple years, but there are many new faces tonight, so I wanted to kind of give a refresher of our workflow. We have been taking advantage of very high spatial resolution commercial satellites, which means they have a spatial resolution about 3 meters or less. To put that in perspective, the highest government spatial resolution satellites are about 10 meters. With many in the hundreds of meters to kilometers. So these commercial satellites give us a vantage point that the government satellites aren't capable of providing yet. And our workflow basically starts with engaging stakeholders and project partners to obtain coincident reference data from local mapping efforts, their field monitoring campaigns, and aerial surveys and things like that. Then we acquire spatially coincident cloud-free and glint-free satellite images over the region. And then we use various machine learning methods to train a model that ultimately is able to learn and separate pixels in the satellite scene into appropriate substrate classes, such as sand or seagrass. This step takes a lot of time and work and fine tuning, and this is where Megan and I spend most of our time getting the model to produce something that is both highly accurate and efficient in terms of how much human input needs to go into it. And finally, we use the reference data provided to us from our local partners to assess the agreement between the satellite classification and the field data. We work really, really hard to conduct each step of this process using open source and free software to make this process attainable for others, especially our project partners, because we want others to be able to replicate this and carry this on in their regions of interest. This workflow has been applied to many locations within the US, but challenges still exist for generating large-scale and routine automated products due to differences in sensors in the environment, and limited human processing time and lack of field data to do the agreement assessments. Next slide, please. So I believe the last time we presented some of this work with stakeholders in Indonesia, we were primarily focused on using Maxar Worldview 2 and Worldview 3 imagery. We have since expanded to integrate Planet SuperDove, PlanetScope satellite constellation into our workflow. So the Worldview 2 and 3 sensors were first launched in 2009 and 2014, respectively. They have really high spatial resolution of between 1 and 2 meters, which is really helpful for mapping patchy and heterogeneous things such as seagrass beds. The sensors have 6 visible bands and 2 near-infrared bands. However, there's a lot of inconsistency in terms of their temporal coverage and their temporal resolution. With these satellites being kind of point and shoot, satellites, you have to task them or hope that someone else tasks them to take an image over your region of interest. And a lot of times, Megan and I will go looking for worldview data, and we'll see that this area hasn't been revisited for years. And so there's a lot of inconsistency in terms of temporal coverage using Maxar. And you are able to task Maxar to take an image over your area, but that process is very onerous. And so in contrast, PlanetScope has these SuperDove satellites that were first launched in 2021. They have a slightly coarser spatial resolution at 3 meters, but this is still very, very high given the other types of satellites up there, and is very good still at mapping seagrasses and different blue carbon ecosystems. Its spectral resolution is similar to those of Worldview. It has 7 visible bands and only 1 in the near infrared, but its power comes from its near daily temporal resolution. So these SuperDoves are hundreds of small, little, tiny toaster-sized satellites that image the Earth every day. So your region is likely to be covered every single day. You don't necessarily need a daily image to map seagrasses, but what this daily temporal coverage gives us is a way to fill in data gaps based on cloud cover and turbid water conditions. So the satellites won't be able to see the seagrass if there's clouds over it, or if there's a lot of turbidity over the seagrass beds. And if you're getting lots of images over the weeks to months, this will give us more clear days to look at the seagrass beds below. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Rebecca. So as Rebecca mentioned earlier, we're using machine learning techniques for separating the satellite pixels into various classes. So currently our efforts are primarily focused on seagrass presence and absence, although we also have done a little bit of work using satellite imagery to look at marsh species identification as well, which is also an important coastal blue carbon component. So with our seagrass work, we've leveraged deep convolutional neural networks. So you can maybe see from this graphic here, I'm not sure if it's playing on the screen or not, but essentially what a deep convolutional neural network does when you get down to the basics of it is it's just doing matrix algebra and looking at a moving window over time to try to pull information from the spectral reflectance of the satellite bands to be able to pull out these different features, including not only the reflectance, but also patterns in the image like curves and edges. And with our marsh species identification, since we don't have to worry about the water column, we have a little bit of a simpler approach where we're just using a random forest classifier. And the choice here was also really just driven by stakeholder needs and trying to find the most accessible machine learning classifier possible for stakeholders on our marsh mapping project here that we're working on in the United States. So since the last time we met, as Rebecca mentioned, we've been also transitioning to include an exploration of planet scope imagery for seagrass mapping because of the daily coverage, the ability to look at more scenes over time, target different tidal stages if that's of interest as well. So with those efforts, we've primarily been focused on Tampa Bay in Florida in the United States. On the left here, you can see a true color image collected on the 17th of October of last year. And in the middle image is our coincident reference data that we were able to obtain from the Southwest Florida Water Management District. They obtained this reference data by collecting aerial images that they then photo interpreted based on two density classes, either patchy seagrass or continuous seagrass beds. And then on the right, you can see our classified image using the planet scope data into our 4 different categories of land, sand, seagrass, and deep water. So we can see visually it matches up really well with the reference data that was obtained, and then also just with the true color image and where we would expect there to be seagrasses. And the statistics support that as well. We had 81% agreement with the coincident reference data. So one of the things that we've worked on exploring as well, earlier this year, Rebecca and I led a hackathon team through Princeton University. And we had a team of about 15 different researchers from across the country that looked at trying to advance some of the methods that we've been working on for seagrass mapping. So one of the challenges that we looked at was trying to expand our methods from having to be something that's done on a scene-by-scene basis to a more simplistic model that can take input data for a single data set and apply it to multiple images to get multiple classifications. So you can see here on the left our current workflow. We're defining this, this known input information or user data for each one of the images individually, and then training the image and then classifying the image. And instead, what we're hoping to work toward is being able to provide a single set of input information that can then be used on multiple images to create multiple classifications. This step of creating the input data, from our perspective, is by far the most time-intensive step and requires the most expertise and just a lot of different iterations. And so being able to streamline this process would be really helpful in expanding this across space and time. And through that hackathon as well, we also explored different strategies with our input information, such as data augmentation. We looked at data profiling with our model that we developed using the deep convolutional neural network to try to improve the efficiency of our model as we're running on these larger and larger data sets as well. And also looked at different components like spectral separation and clustering with the data sets, just to try to tease apart as much information we can across these large timescales. And so just as a preliminary result from the hackathon that we ran earlier this year, we were able to train a model across dozens of satellite images from PlanetScope over Tampa Bay across a winter and spring of the following year. And then we were able to use that trained input data to classify a new image that the model hadn't seen before. So we do have some issues in this image with overclassification of seagrass in our really turbid areas, particularly where we have tannins from mangroves in the northern part of the image. But for the most part, we had really great classification for a lot of the coastal seagrass beds, and we're able to get kind of this first glimpse of a new image untrained by the model, being able to be classified with this large collection of input information across dozens of PlanetScope scenes.
So once we've created a satellite-based map of seagrass presence in our areas of interest that we have high confidence in, the next step is hopefully to try and estimate carbon storage within these seagrass beds. But moving beyond seagrass presence absence mapping into carbon quantification can be difficult, mostly due to the lack of field data on carbon content within the above ground, below ground biomass and in the soils, and the fact that the satellites are only getting this bird eye view of the seagrass beds. But the IPCC Wetland Supplement has published guidelines for different levels or tiers of assessment of carbon storage. The 3 tiers vary from broad estimates in Tier 1 using simplified global averages and have really high uncertainties, but they kind of start as like a baseline for an unknown question. And then tier 2 is an intermediate approach where you're using more local or country-specific data for your study site in your carbon estimates. And then tier 3 is where we all ultimately want to reach one day. It has the highest accuracy and requires the most work in data using site-specific and species-specific measurements of carbon stocks, and includes measurements of CO2 flux rates both in and out of your system, and then measurements of other greenhouse gases such as methane. Next slide, please. So satellite estimates of seagrass carbon stocks are still definitely in a tier 1 level. We're still using pretty broad estimates and conversion factors from different sites and not taking species of seagrass into account. But in this example, we first used the machine learning methods that Megan described earlier to map seagrass presence in this bay in Florida. And then we use a combination of field measurements and modeling to basically model light attenuation in the water column. So you need field measurements of water quality such as turbidity and chlorophyll to then model this, how light diffuses through the water column. And then you can use that to estimate this thing called leaf area index, or LAI, of the seagrass. LAI is basically a proxy of above ground biomass of the seagrass leaves and their photosynthetic capacity. From there, we used a localized equation to convert LAI and above ground biomass into an estimate of above ground carbon stocks. Next slide, please.
And I know really the focus here is on seagrasses, but we just wanted to talk briefly about some of the work that we've done on salt marshes as well. And so here you can see a data product that we're developing in Chesapeake Bay in the United States. On the left is a PlanetScope image collected in May of 2021, overlaid with photo-interpreted aerial imagery for the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, acquired from the same month, for 4 different common tidal marsh species found in this region. And then on the right, you can see our image classification based on a random forest machine learning classifier for the same 4 species. And then on the very far right, for each one of those 4 species, we have our overall agreement between the reference data and the image classification from the satellite data, which just gives you an idea across the different species that we're looking at, how well we're able to generate these maps of different species. So currently, a lot of our large-scale data products, including from remote sensing imagery, are just looking at the presence and absence of marsh. But in this example, we're able to get down to species composition within those marshes with an accuracy ranging from about 74 to 90% with coincident reference imagery. And also with this, we're able to hopefully generate more exact and precise carbon measurements, as different marsh species also sequester carbon and store carbon at different rates. And just as a more detailed example, here you can see the shapefiles given in our reference data for a single plot that was mapped. And then on the right is our satellite classification, again, colored by the 4 species that we're looking at. And in this entire image, we had an overall balanced agreement of 93% between imagery collected from VIMS and our satellite classification using PlanetScope imagery. So you can see here from our satellite classification, the colors match up really well with the reference data. We're able to extract the different polygons and regions between the 2 data sets for each one of the 4 species, with just a little bit of difficulty along the transition zones between different plants, which is probably an instance where different marsh species are intermixed with one another and the model's having a difficult time telling apart different species within those regions. And then we also wanted to talk a little bit about some new and upcoming satellites that could be helpful with satellite seagrass mapping. So these different satellites advance both the spatial and spectral resolutions of what's currently capable. The first being the Maxar Worldview Legion constellation. So we've talked a lot about Worldview 2 and 3, and Rebecca mentioned challenges we have with the temporal coverage of the Maxar Worldview 2 and 3 satellites. And the Maxar Worldview Legion constellation is really exciting. So the first 2 platforms in this constellation were launched earlier this year. They're planning for a total of 8 satellites in this constellation that are going to be launched in sets of 2 over the next several years, with a spatial resolution of about 1 meter and spectral resolution of 6 visible and 2 near infrared spectral bands. So the spatial and spectral resolutions match what we've seen earlier for the most part with the Worldview 2 and 3 platforms. So there should be a lot of similarities there as far as the capacity for seagrass mapping. And the temporal resolution looking to increase over time as more satellites are launched into that constellation. So kind of following a little bit of the framework developed with the PlanetScope constellation, but having these multiple satellites in orbit offset from one another is going to increase the opportunity to observe the same location more frequently without having these multi-year gaps that we have in the Worldview 2 and 3 archives. The other opposite of Worldview in terms of its spatial resolution, we have the NASA Plankton Aerosol Cloud Ocean Ecosystem, or PACE, Ocean Color Instrument, OCI, which was just launched earlier this year as well in 2024. This has a much coarser spatial resolution of 1 kilometer, but what's really exciting here is its spectral resolution. So this is the first hyperspectral ocean color instrument that we have that's going to be collecting data continuously. Rebecca and I are really excited about some of the implications this could have for seagrass mapping. Obviously, this can only be used in large and pretty continuous beds, but it can help us get down to species composition in areas that are homogeneous. And this also might really help us in some of our carbon estimates as well. So in Rebecca and I's kind of brainstorming about this, we could see kind of a dual sensor approach where we're able to get the seagrass presence using these finer spatial resolution platforms. And then in areas where we're able to accommodate the spatial resolution of PACE, we can start to get some additional information like species composition and carbon quantities that could then be applied across all areas mapped with the finer spatial resolution products. So really exciting sensors that are entering our data sets and something that we can start to explore in the realm of seagrass mapping as well.
And just to wrap up, in addition to trying to get Worldview Legion and PACE into our workflow, there's still many steps that we're taking to improve the machine learning model. They're really computationally intensive and are often not generalizable from area to area or over time, where a key limitation is the lack of field data for validating and training the model. The data that we're lacking is just simple presence, absence of seagrass, seagrass species, and bathymetry, and then importantly, above and below ground biomass and carbon content, and then soil content as well. As was mentioned in previous presentations, the ultimate goal is to get a holistic ecosystem carbon quantification, not just above ground of seagrass. So trying to get to that soil carbon component and the whole ecosystem as well is really important. Other data that we have found very helpful includes knowledge of nearby land use, such as aquaculture and water treatment plants or power plants, and the presence of other benthic ecosystems, such as coral reefs or seaweeds and macroalgae, because a lot of times the satellite classification mixes those benthic types up. And we are working to include different things like data augmentation to increase data availability for the model training as a way to kind of offset this lack of field data. We're also working on improving model tuning processes using different online packages to decrease training time and increase model efficiency and increase transferability of our model to other regions. And we continue to work on better estimating the carbon content in the biomass and soils, as I mentioned, using allometric equations where they're available, or moving more towards machine learning methods such as image segmentation, because soil distribution in the biomass and in the soils aren't uniformly distributed inside a seagrass bed, with many studies finding there's more carbon in the soils within the center of a seagrass bed as opposed to the edges. And so we're trying to find ways to include that in our workflow. But as I mentioned earlier, all this is still kind of pretty limited and slow going due to data availability. But we're hopeful that with more user engagement and talking with stakeholders, this workflow will improve, and we'll slowly but surely get some full numbers out of all this work. So thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Megan and Rebecca. We really appreciate for your time. And actually, it's 10 p.m. already there, right? Yeah. I hope you can still like waiting until the end of this last session, this third session, for the discussion. All right. Megan and Rebecca has already addressed some issue. Especially the use of recent remote sensing technology, exploring the potential utilization of worldview and PlanetScope. Maybe the audience can having a valuable insight about how we use the 1 meter resolution for increasing the accuracy or maybe producing more detailed information, especially for seagrass in Indonesia. That you know that seagrass or benthic habitat in Indonesia is really homogeneous. That maybe 1 meter resolution is really valuable for us to map seagrass. All right, next presenter will be we have Mr. Muhammad Iqbal from USAID. Yeah, this is the last presenter for seagrass mapping session. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal is a GIS remote sensing specialist at Yayasan Kehati, USAID, collective program where the project target is to protect Indonesia's marine biodiversity effectively by improving the management, function, and benefit of existing marine protected areas. He has over 11 years experience in MPA design, coastal habitat mapping, and marine conservation monitoring from spatial perspective. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal, we give you 25 minutes for your presentation. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to have us to present our works. I will present seagrass mapping efforts by USAID Collective. Next. Next, please. Okay. Let me introduce you USAID Collective Program. Based on the Grant Implementation Agreement of Marine and Fisheries Portfolio between Republic of Indonesia and United States of America, representation between Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries and USAID, implemented by Yayasan Kehati and Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Our goals is strengthen the protection Indonesia marine biodiversity by improving the management effectiveness of established MPAs. We have 5 objectives. The first is strengthen human resources and institutional arrangement for MPA management, establish sustainable financing for MPAs, increase benefits coastal communities through the sustainable management of MPAs, strengthen compliance with MPA rules and regulation, and the last is improve protection for ETP species and priority habitats. Our term work is 5 years from 2022 until 2027. Next. Yes, you can see in the map. Our work locations are spread across 2 fisheries management areas, 711 and 715, and 5 provinces from Riau Islands, Bangka Belitung Islands, West Kalimantan, West Papua, and Southwest Papua Province. The target MPAs is 13 from Anambas Island until Kaimana. The total area is between 4.9 million hectares. Next. Okay. We did seagrass mapping and monitoring. The purposes is our identification of priority protection areas in the MPA with integration of supporting data as a support in the review, zoning, and management plans of MPAs, as a baseline and trend line data to support MPA management effectiveness, assessment that called Efika in Indonesia term. And then develop document of mitigation action plan of blue carbon in MPA. And potential of sustainable funding source for MPA from blue carbon. Next. So this is our workflow diagram, seagrass habitat mapping using high resolution satellite imagery. Actually, we developed benthic habitat mapping supervised by Professor Prama. Thank you for your support and direction. We use satellite imagery Planet NITV, Norway International Climate and Forest Initiative, with spatial resolution 4.77 or 5 meters mosaic data, the filter data between January until December 2023. The reference point based on ground truth, field survey and desk studies with imagery, and data processing using Google Earth Engine with a script processing. We do supervised classification by a random forest. Next. So this is the survey. We prepared area of interest by FMI 711 and FMA 715. We separated by 3 region, and then we prepare an unsupervised classification map as a reference to the feed with script GE. We make an unsupervised classification map, and then determine ground truth survey point plan according to the representativeness of AOI, coverage, and unsupervised class. This is the example of the survey ground truth plan map. And the target for mapping shallow marine coastal habitats are coral reef, seagrass bed, macroalgae, and other benthic habitats. The classification of benthic shallow water habitat is based on modification of Badan Informasi Geospatial Classification term. Next. Okay. This is the tally sheets. The tally sheets when we retrieve the data. The retrieval of benthic habitat data classes is carried out by going to the point location on the GT survey plan. We are recording benthic information with a 5 times 5 meters imaginary transit by pixel of Planet NITV spatial resolution. And then the description of the recorded benthic habitat is a percentage. The GT class of the recorded benthic is the selection of the most dominant of the recorded benthic description. We did survey in 7 locations between June until December 2023. Not all locations have a shallow water habitats because the target habitat is mangroves. Next. Post-survey and post-classification, we verify GT result data, cleaning data, and adjusting the format so that the data matches the desired data. And we added prediction point information by day study to enrich region of interest benthic point information. Pre-processing adjustment, such as removing unnecessary information like clipping shallow waters, smoothing vector data, and modifying GE scripts, etc. Mass band, RGB, and IR, interpolated bathymetry and slope, then supervised classification around the forest, and post-classification. And we did accuracy test using confusion matrix. Next. So this is the result. You can see the example of the map that we process. That's a Bintan Island, so we can zoom in. The color of green is a seagrass, and the color of pink is coral, and color of blue is deep water. Yeah, the overall accuracy of 3 regions is 76% plus minus 6%. This is the grand total of from the FMA 711 and FMA 715. But if you want the data, disclaimer: if you use the data outside our work locations, you need to retrieve ground truth data to check update overall accuracy. Next. So at the second, we did monitoring and carbon stock data collection 2. The methodology, we retrieve data with quadrat transect 50 times 50 centimeters, reference to the line transect from the beach to sea. The separation between transect is 10 meters, and separation between line transects is 5 meters. The purpose of the retrieved data is percentage seagrass cover, seagrass species composition, seagrass density, and associated biota. Next. So we did the seagrass carbon stock measurement from biomass and sediment too. This is the methodology. A vacuum sediment drill or square frame is inserted into the substrate, and the drilling depth too. Next. In 2024, we still did location monitoring, still for MPAs, the target MPAs, Anambas Island, eastern of Bintan Island, Randayan Island, and Kendawangan. Next. This is the example of seagrass survey station. The observations stations, 7 of which are previously P station. We are looking for a location with a representation of MPA zoning actually, and added control site in outside the MPA. Next. Okay, this is the result of Anambas Island. The seagrass composition, the dominant is Enhalus aquarides. Seagrass covers is 29.760%, and the dominant of associated biota composition is mollusca. So because of we did the seagrass mapping and seagrass measurement of the carbon estimate, so we can get the constanta of seagrass extent and carbon estimate, so we can measure the analysis of carbon stock too. In the Anambas Island, we have between 11,000 and 805 ton carbon. Next. This is the eastern of Bintan Islands MPA. The dominant species composition seagrass is Thalassia hemprici, and the least is Halopila ovalis. And the seagrass cover 31.87%. The associated biota composition is dominant is mollusca. In eastern of Bintan Island, the total carbon stock is 149,169 ton carbon. Next, okay, that's a Randayan Island MPAs. We got the four species seagrass species composition. The dominant is Thalassia hemprici, and the least is Cimodose rotundata. And still associated biota composition is gastropods or mollusca. The seagrass cover is very little, like 3.66% in Randayan Islands. And the total carbon is 877.88 ton carbon. Next, Kendawangan MPAs. We found 9 species of seagrass in Kendawangan MPAs, and the dominant seagrass species composition is Cimodose cerulata, and the least is Halodule nervis. And then the associated biota composition, and the dominant is gastropods, and the total carbon is 11,601.34 ton carbon. Sorry. So next, This is the comparison of carbon stock estimation in seagrass ecosystem across various sites in Indonesia. This is the, maybe we can help the database too for the government. We need replication of this data collection like this to facilitate blue carbon stock in Indonesia. We would be happy if we can make a collaboration in the future. Thank you very much. This is the reference. Next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Iqbal, for the presentations discussing about the USAID effort and KHT effort to collect the data and map the seagrass. I think between KHT and Indonesian government has already put some collaboration, right? And we have a same reference to do the mappings. Yeah, very interesting. Thank you once again to Mr. Muhammad Iqbal. Now we have already listened from our three resource speaker. Now we have a discussion session. Since we already, we have only 12 minutes for discussion. So I think I would like to give straight away to the audience for if the audience would like to have questions either for Professor Prama, Rebecca and Megan, or Mr. Muhammad Iqbal. Okay, from the offline first, we have one questioner here. Maybe you can straight away go to the question and then respond by the speakers.
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I would like to appreciate your works from Ms. Rebecca and Ms. Megan. I would like to get more detail about your methodology actually. Since you are using optical data, I guess there should be a requirement or condition in order to provide the accurate classification. I would say here classification, either you are using machine learning or something like that, but I still believe that we use here the term of classification actually to provide or to classify the object. Let's say our intention here is about the seagrass. Would you be so kind to provide more information about the condition and the requirement of this optical data? For instance, this optical data must be clear enough in order to penetrate the, let's say, the seawater to get a more accurate result. I guess something like that must be predefined, yeah, in order to get the better result. And as Dr. Megan also explained, unfortunately, just only one single terminology concerning SAR. Just guessing here, SAR, synthetic aperture radar. I also agree if you are using or potentially in the future use this SAR data in order to, let's say, to provide a more accurate result. Not only using this optical data, but also using SAR data. Would you confirm this SAR terminology is related with this synthetic aperture radar or not? Yeah. And also for Professor Prama, you mentioned about sentinel data. would you be also give us more detail about this Sentinel-2 data? Also the same question, what is the requirement or the condition in order to get the better result, since you are using this passive sensor, yeah, not active sensor? Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Before answering the questions, the questioner here, he's Pak Winhard, yeah, Mr. Winhard Tambobolon. He is expert in SAR technology from Geospatial Information Agency, and the question is about the requirement, yeah, Pak Winhard, the requirement for the optical data to penetrate, since he actively using active remote sensing, so probably he would like to compare the requirement between passive and active remote sensing. I think I would like to give the time for Rebecca and Megan to respond to the question from Mr. Winhard, please.
Sure, yeah, thanks so much for the question. So to answer the first one of conditions for the optical imagery, so yes, we target cloud-free images, which we can filter through the search portal that we're able to get the data from. It's not always amazing. There's no thermal band on the PlanetScope imagery, so its automated cloud detection can be inconsistent sometimes. So a lot of times that's also just visually, whether or not we see cloud cover, particularly cirrus clouds, can be really hard for the automated cloud detection to capture. So, and just looking at the image, we can try to determine if cloud cover is ideal or not for us to be able to look at the water column. And then, yes, if the water is really turbid, we do have some issues. So we've tried to develop a little bit of a workaround where in instances where there's too much turbidity and we can't see the bottom of the water column, we kind of flag that as no data. So we're not saying that that's seagrass. We're also not saying that it's not seagrass. So that's kind of something that we've been exploring in some of our work in the past few years. And hopefully over time, if we get enough decent images with PlanetScope collecting imagery daily, hopefully at times we'll have better water clarity conditions to be able to see the benthic zone. And then also, because we do have that daily coverage, we can target tidal stages. So some efforts are interested in high tide, some efforts are interested in low tide, and it really just depends on the stakeholder, the end user. So with daily imagery, hopefully by the midday overpass of each one of the sensors, we're able to target different tidal stages as well. So a lot of that is not automated. It's just us looking at the data and being able to determine, is the water clarity looking okay for us to be able to look at seagrasses, and are the cloud cover, is cloud cover conditions okay for us to look at seagrass as well. And then on the SAR imagery, so yes, that is synthetic aperture radar. That's what we're using for the marsh mapping project. We're not using that for seagrasses at all. But because the 4 species we're looking at in the Chesapeake Bay currently have different height profiles, SAR has been really helpful for us in differentiating the 4 species. We're using that in combination with optical data from PlanetScope for our emerging species identification product.
I will also just add that seagrasses are very light sensitive, and so if the satellites can't see the bottom, then seagrasses likely aren't growing there consistently. If it's always a turbid area or an optically deep area, it's not a very great area for certain seagrass species. But like Megan said, having those daily overpasses, if it's just turbid for a little bit because of a rainstorm and river outflow, then maybe the next day we can see below that turbid layer and see the seagrass.
All right, thank you, Rebecca and Megan, for the answer. Professor Prama, maybe would like to give some. Oops.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Regarding the Sentinel-2, is actually also the passive remote sensing, and the requirement for the remote sensing data to be used for seagrass mapping, they should have this water penetration band, which is the visible bands. So if the the data don't have this water penetration band, then we cannot use that for seagrass mapping. And for active system, actually there are some specific type of active system, like for instance the LiDAR. There are some LiDARs that can also penetrate water, but not all LiDAR can penetrate, because there are LiDAR that only use infrared, which cannot be used to penetrate the water. But there are also LiDAR that combine the green band and also the near infrared band that can also be used. But this coverage is very limited. And that's why for national seagrass mapping, we decided to use Sentinel-2, because the data is very available and it has high temporal resolution, because it's already mentioned before by Megan or either Rebecca regarding we need the temporal data set to try to identify area where maybe they are too turbid, so we need to wait when the water is clear, or maybe during the low tide. So when the seagrass is exposed, we can try to detect that. And also in Indonesia, we have this cloud cover issue. So that's why if we have a good temporal data set to try to map the seagrass, it will be better. Also, in addition, seagrass in Indonesia, they have seasonal pattern. Some species, they have this biomass peak and also biomass low. So if we have a lot of data set, then we can try to identify when the seagrass is on the high biomass or in the low biomass. Yeah. So basically, we have the same answer, but yeah, we are using different resolution, and also maybe Sentinel-2, for our project, because we don't have the budget to buy the commercial satellite data, Sentinel-2 would be the most feasible option. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the answers, Professor Prama and Rebecca and Megan. Actually, we have a audience from online who have a question. Maybe you can just ask your question either in Bahasa Indonesia or in English. Maybe you can open your mic right now and let us know your name and from which institution are you coming from. Please. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk jika ada pertanyaan dari yang online, ya sebutkan nama dan dari institusinya Pak. Silakan.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just talk with English. Hello, my name is Zaki. I'm a master's student currently from Indonesia and currently studying in James Cook University in Queensland, Australia. So I think I want to keep it short, so I'll probably ask about 2 questions to Dr. Prama and Mr. Iqbal. The first question is about our current status of compiling the national seagrass data in Indonesia. How much is it, and is there any problem or maybe like challenge regarding adapting from or maybe compiling both from digital data, from remote sensing, and also from field survey? And the second question is towards Professor Prama. It's about the citizen science. I'm interested to know more about that. What methods were you using, and also, are there any possible opportunities to accommodate cultural values or like local participation, which includes cultural heritage and probably something that ties along their use of natural resource from seagrass? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Zaki. We finally have a direct contact. Yes. Regarding the issue on integrating the remote sensing data and also field data, yes. Currently, the issue, if we collected the data based on our standardized methodology, maybe we don't have that much issue, because the field data that we collected is already follow the guidelines that we developed. But maybe if we collected the data from different institutions, then we need to try to analyze the data, whether it can really be used to train our model or not. Because sometimes the data from different institutions is collected using different techniques, different quadrat sets, for instance, or with different classification scheme. For instance, if we don't have the raw data, maybe we have the final data that's been analyzed, then yeah, we need to try to do data clearing first, so we can try to assimilate the data with our models. So that's why we have a team that also interpret the primary data, and also we have team that later on will try to see the existing data, yeah, to try to make it possible for us to use the data. That's how we try to standardize the data that we collected from different institutions. And by integrating with remote sensing data, of course, with these different data size in the field, and try to integrate it with the spatial resolution of the Sentinel-2, we have developed techniques to integrate this field data. So all this field data that came from smaller size in the field can be representative of the pixel size of the Sentinel-2 data. And also for the citizen science, yes, we are actually trying to set up this initial Seagrass Blue Carbon network of Indonesia as well. Hopefully with this network and supported by the KKP, because KKP is already has a design for the network that can be used to accommodate this network as well. So hopefully we can also involve different stakeholders as well. Yeah, from government to local people. So yes, if you suggest that we involve local people, and then yeah, we're going to do that. And also we don't know yet whether we are going to use specific platform to try to accommodate this citizen science, but we have already tried to plan to develop some, we don't know yet, maybe apps or something like that that can accommodate the process of this local people contribute to our purpose. But yeah, I will keep you updated about the progress, but yeah, we have not decided which platform that we are going to use. But for sure, KKP has already designed this network for citizen science. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prama, for your comprehensive answer. I think the question is for you as well, Mr. Iqbal, and maybe you can just start to give a response to the questions, please.
Yes, agree with Mr. Prama. Actually, answered by Professor Prama. For your information, we got when we submitted the data into the Professor Prama teams, we got filtered by the team. So we need to adapt from the cookie filter, so we can get the validation from the government teams. Yep, that's the answer for the collect data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iqbal. I think we have another one very important audience here, who has hopefully very intriguing questions. I would like to give the opportunity to Mr. Hafiz. Mr. Hafiz is a PhD candidate in the University of Queensland. I hope your question is not trying to find the answer of your research questions. Please, Mr. Hafiz.
Yes, thank you very much. I am Hafiz. I'm a PhD student in UQ, and now I'm working with developing models to estimate a carbon stock as well. So my question, I'm curious, thank you very much for the presentation, because I got a new insight from the presentation. And also when Megan and then Rebecca mentioned about the leaf area index, which is important to estimate the carbon stock on a seagrass. And then my question, I'm curious to get to know from your perspective, especially for Dr. Megan and then Rebecca, about the challenging to estimate seagrass carbon stock for a country area. Because in my perspective, the possible way is use tier 1 by mapping present absence of seagrass first, and then multiply with the carbon factor. Besides that, we also need, Indonesia need many field data in a good distribution. Then how about you, Dr. Megan and then Rebecca, please give us insights from your perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's definitely a tier 1 level estimate still. A lot of approaches are using the satellite mapping and pixel resolution, and you basically multiply the satellite pixel resolution by the resolution for, and then the number of seagrass pixels, right? And say there's like X kilometers squared of seagrass in Indonesia, and then you multiply that by a carbon conversion factor. One thing Megan and I are exploring is that image segmentation technique that I mentioned at the end, because not every pixel of seagrass contains the same amount of carbon beneath it or within it. We're finding that large beds on the edge have less carbon in their soils than the center of the bed. And so image segmentation can kind of tell you how far you are from the edge of a bed and have kind of a dynamic carbon conversion ratio. Is something that we're testing. And then also species specific conversion. So different seagrass species have different size shoots and different size roots, and that also impacts the amount of carbon below ground and the carbon in the soils that they bring into the deep soils below. So not just using a simple seagrass conversion factor is kind of my answer. And I also really like the idea of using the leaf area index, but that requires a lot of measurements of water quality and clarity, and that's just been lacking as well. And the leaf area index calculation that we currently have is tuned for certain US species. So you would need to tune it and adapt it both in the field and with the satellite mapping component to the different species in Indonesia.
Thank you, Rebecca. Probably Megan would like to give some additional information, maybe? All good?
Sure, yeah, I'll add that even in the US, it's really hard for us to find data sets that are high quality and also designed to do interpretations and relationships with satellite imagery. And so that's been really a limiting factor for us at this point, is just finding the data that we need to be able to further explore these relationships. So I think Rebecca and I have some pretty interesting ideas of where we want to go with the data, but as we're working on compiling those data sets and building those partnerships, it's something that I think is still a little bit further down the road to be able to get to those higher detailed data sets past just a conversion factor multiplied by the square kilometers. So I definitely think that it's possible, and I think it's really exciting to think about what we might be able to get eventually from satellite imagery, but being able to increase our confidence in those relationships is something that's going to take a little bit more time and a little bit more data as we're continuing to work through those methods.
Yep, thank you. So, yep, yes, I think we can highlight here that the importance of field data to build a good model or classifications for, especially for the country level, like Mr. Hafiz question about. Okay, for the next opportunity, I would like to give, we have one in online, and I think, okay, I would like to give the online first. Please mention your name and institution where you're coming from. Please, Pak. Boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia jika berkenan. Silakan, Pak.
Okay.
Pak Hatma, silakan, Pak.
Oh yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hatma. I am from a non-profit organization, namely Perkumpulan Praktisi Pasar Karbon Global. Am I lagging here?
Ya, aman, Pak. Lanjut, Pak, please.
Oh, aman. Okay, Pak. Yeah. So our small organization consists of those who work for companies and investors who are having a high willingness to invest and to participate in the carbon trading in Indonesia. As we know that if we talk about carbon trading in Indonesia, we rely heavily on PPI, right? Last time I checked in the website, the methodology to have the crediting mechanism from seagrass is not yet there. My question is Kementerian KKP now working to integrate the methodology into the SRMPPI? If yes, then when the methodology will be issued? Thank you.
All right, I think the question is directed to KKP ya. Maybe would like to maybe. Okay, please, Mas. Pak Hatma, praktisi pasar karbon.
Terima kasih Pak Atma. Thank you Pak Atma for the questions. Please allow me to respond to your questions as it is closely related to the institutional mandate of Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Yes, so for both seagrass carbon inventory and seagrass mapping, we will publish the standard. And actually, one of them, particularly for the mapping guideline, it was already published in the forms of our Directorate General decree. Yeah, because we are Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, we are the national geospatial data custodian for benthic habitat maps, including seagrass and coral reef. Then under the regulations of national geospatial, we should establish a mapping standard for that, and we have already established that. But yeah, we will still conduct several disseminations events, yeah, to disseminate, to distribute of this standard. And we're not sure yet if we would like to proceed to publish SNI, yeah, because it is already a Directorate General decree, and since we are a central ministry, then it applies at national level. For the seagrass carbon methodology, yes, we are still developing it, and then we will submit it to our national focal point for climate change in Indonesia, Ministry of Forestry and Environment, to be a national standard for that as well. Hope that answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Novi. I think because of time, I think I would like to give one more question from offline. I think Pak Novi would. You said that you
yes,
you have
thank
one
you.
question for. I will give the last question, last opportunity for Pak Novi to have a question to the speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Dodi. Probably like a quick questions to both Megan and Rebecca. Hello, nice to see you again. My first question is about the spectral positions for both Maxar and the planet. I mean, whether the spectral positions of those satellite imagery are appropriate or suitable for mapping benthic habitat, including seagrass, because we may also need to consider not just the number of the spectral bands, but also the positions of the wavelength of the bands. I think that's also that was also one of our considerations when we had choices between Planet and Sentinel-2. And the second question is about the seasonality of seagrass when we want to conduct time series analysis of seagrass, because seagrass has seasonality variations. So if we conduct a time series analysis not in the, for example, the same peak season, then it might be concluded that there might be a degradations or increase, but that's probably just because of the seasonality of seagrass. You may have included this into your research, or I don't know about your insight about this. Thank you.
Megan, do you want to answer the first one and I'll take the second one?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds great. So for the spectral bands, yeah, we found that the 8 spectral bands offered by both PlanetScope and WorldView 2 and 3 are sufficient for seagrass mapping. There are earlier sensors in the PlanetScope constellation that only have 4 spectral bands. They just have the red, green, blue, and near-infrared channels. Those we found are not sufficient for seagrass mapping, but going up to the 8 spectral bands and getting additional reflectances in the yellow and near-infrared and red edge bands has been really useful for differentiating seagrass from other habitats. We have not looked at doing image classification directly in Indonesia, but we have looked at other images across the Southeast Pacific and locations in the United States where we're able to separate seagrass from benthic algae and dead corals and other things that also look dark from space. So, it's hard to say exactly what spectral bands would be needed, because to do that sort of sensitivity analysis with these sensors being in space isn't really something that we have the infrastructure to do. But we have found that it is something that we can differentiate using the spectral characteristics of the sensors from both Maxar and Planet. But again, the caveat being that with the PlanetScope constellation, we're using the subset of the time series that includes the 8 spectral bands and not the 4 band sensors that were an earlier part of that constellation. And I'll say that the 8 band sensors from PlanetScope are available from 2021 onwards. So we have about 4 to 5 years of that high quality spectral information from that constellation that we're able to use for change assessments since, and for looking into the future as well.
And to get to your second question about seasonality, that's a really good point. And Megan and I try to only look at images in peak summer months for the seagrass beds. And I think if you just pick a time frame and stick with it and remain consistent, that's how you get around the seasonality, unless your question, of course, is about seasonal die-off and that type of phenology that's happening in your system. This is a little bit difficult. We normally target peak summer months because that's when peak biomass is for most seagrass species in the regions we've looked at so far. But in Tampa Bay, their aerial surveys are done in December and January of every other year, because that's when there's the highest water quality and clarity for the aerial survey. And so that's actually a winter survey. So something that Megan and I have been working on is, can we use the winter aerial survey with a winter planet scene and classify that, use that model to continue classifying throughout the rest of the year, and get the model to be able to transfer its knowledge over time. And we've got limited success. It's actually pretty good, but Megan and I are perfectionists, and we're still trying to make sure the model can get better and improve its accuracy. So that's kind of our take on seasonality.
Right. Thank you, Rebecca and Megan, for the answer. I think this last question from Pak Novius is the last question for this session. So before we hand into the next session, I would like to probably give us some conclusion from this warm session discussions. And this session has already emphasized the importance of field data to build a good model classifications for a better estimation of seagrass carbon stocks, and also for the benthic habitat classifications. And the use large scale is also still need to improve. Large scale remote sensing data still need to try to improve the model as well. And the effort from Indonesia's perspective, from the national seagrass mapping, is a really comprehensive effort to build, to develop seagrass mapping for the whole Indonesia, and also for the seagrass carbon stocks. And all of this is actually is to support the mandate of KKP, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Forestry, as the custodian, as the producers of benthic habitat maps and seagrass. I think that's all from these sessions. That's all my conclusions. Apologize for if there is something that mistaken or maybe not appropriate for you. And I would like to say goodbye to you, Rebecca and Megan. Have a good night there, and thank you very much, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to all speakers for their insightful presentation, and to Dr. Dodi for moderating the sessions. And we are moving on to the second session, and our second session will focus on greenhouse gases inventory in seagrass ecosystem. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Nopi Susetyoadi from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Dr. Nopi Susetyoadi is a senior geospatial analyst with academic background on marine spatial ecology. He received his PhD from the University of Queensland, Australia, in marine remote sensing, with focus on the mapping and modeling of seagrass biophysical and lake environment aspect. And he is also currently affiliated with the Directorate of Coastal and Small Island Utilization, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. The speaker for these sessions include Professor Rizaldi Bur from IPB. I hope she also already joined online with us. Also Steve Crook from NOAA of Silvestrum, and also Volkov and Jude Kenworth from North Carolina, and also Elliot Campbell from the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. To Mr. Nopi, the mic is yours. Thank you.
Selamat siang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thank you, Bu Rini, for the introductions. Now we are moving to our second sessions, which focus on the seagrass blue carbon inventory. And all the resource persons, the speakers for this second session will join us online. So for the first speaker, actually we have Professor Rizaldi Bur from Bogor Agricultural University. But I need to make sure if he's online, because he's been very busy lately, moving places for various occasions. Professor Bur, are you online? Oke, Pak Bur sudah join? Maaf. Because from my last update, he's traveling from Kendari, Southeast Sulawesi to Semarang. Okay, I think while waiting for the attendance of Professor Bur, if Steve is not, if Steve is okay, you may want to move to the first sessions. Hi, Steve. Are you okay for the first turn? All right. Okay, while waiting for the attendance of Professor Rizaldi Bur, we will give the first opportunity to Dr. Steve Crooks from NOAA and Silvestrum. So I will read a brief profile of Dr. Steve Crooks. So Steve is a marine scientist with 30 years of experience in the response of coastal wetland systems to human impacts and climate change. He specializes in translating scientific information to formats accessible to policy and decision makers, and regularly briefs U.S. and foreign governments, agencies, and federal and local leaders. Steve was a lead author of the IPCC 2013 Wetland Supplement, and is an approved methodology expert to the verified carbon standard. supported by a partnership with NOAA. He leads the inclusions of coastal wetlands within the U.S. inventory of greenhouse gas emissions and sinks, which he will discuss with us today. Steve is also the co-founder of International Blue Carbon Initiative, where I'm also a member of this organization. Okay, thank you, Steve, for joining us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Pak Novi. Good to see you again. And it's a great pleasure to join. I've very much appreciated all of the discussion so far. Let me see if I can get my presentation up. Right, thank you. Well, my story is going to be quite brief, but I would like to give some context. So far, the US does not include
Excuse me,
seagrasses
Steve.
within
Could
its
you make it optimize the presentation?
Oh, yes, thank you very much.
That's okay.
And
Right, great.
yes, so far the US does not include seagrasses within its greenhouse gas inventory, but the US government is helping to fund research and is following the research very closely. This is a fast-moving research topic of great importance. It's estimated that roughly US coastal waters maybe hold somewhere between 2 million, 2.5 million hectares of seagrass, which even if we take a very simple default value for carbon accumulation rates, means that we're missing from our inventory at least 1 million tons of carbon sequestration and nearly 4 million tons of CO2 sequestration every year. And so this is an important gap that we're keen to fill. What's also to be said is, while at the national level we lack data, and of course one of the primary needs for data sets for a greenhouse gas inventory is not just coverage, but it's really the change in coverage through time. And but we are also very lucky to be working with a number of states and following the work of states who are moving forward their own greenhouse gas inventories. And you're going to hear from Maryland and North Carolina very shortly, where great progress has been made. And so, there's communication between the state level and the national level about these forming data sets. And so a lot of information is coming together, but we're not there yet as seagrasses. And so, what do we include in our coastal wetlands and where would seagrasses fit? Well, in the land use change, when the LUCF chapter, LUCF chapter 6, we already recognize tidal wetlands in there. And we recognize coastal wetlands, remaining coastal wetlands, and subsections of that: vegetated coastal wetlands, remaining vegetated coastal wetlands, vegetated coastal wetlands converted to unvegetated open water coastal wetlands, unvegetated open water converted to vegetated coastal wetlands. So you can see that there's already space within the inventory to extend and include seagrasses when the data is ready. And we can recognize them both within the existing land representation. We can recognize them as they're being created, and we can recognize them also as they're being destroyed. So the places are there really to include the data when it becomes available. Where we are right now is, focused very much on the tidal wetlands. This is where our largest sink of coastal carbon is. It's in the intertidal. And really focused on the importance of policy in protecting those wetlands and conserving a lot of coastal wetlands and those carbon sinks. So the inventory, it focuses on, understanding drainage and the impacts to coastal wetlands, mostly within our marshes, but also within mangroves as well. But our mangroves tend to be on shallower soil, so not such a large impact. excavation activities. This could be, activities, excavation into tidal wetlands for land conversion, but we also recognize actually conversion to open water. And that conversion to open water would be associated with storms. And for the tidal wetlands, a lot of the reduced resilience to respond to storms, such as happening today, is due to a lack of sediment deliveries, sediments which are being rerouted out of place at the Mississippi Delta. We're also very keen to understand forestry on wetland soils, of course, not relevant to seagrasses, but one that I would like to share with Indonesia because we see very extensive areas of ghost forest forming. Upland forest is now it's susceptible to saline and tidal flooding, and we're getting hundreds of thousands of hectares of drowned forest. And all of that, carbon is gradually going back to the atmosphere. And the question is, what do we do about ghost forests and ghost forests which are going to form into the future? Another aspect which we've now included in our greenhouse gas inventory is methane emissions from impounded waters. We've moved very quickly to take on board the guidance of the 2019 IPCC refinement to the 2006 guidance. And so now for impounded waters across the continuous US, we do have emissions factors and emissions. We do calculate that based on nitrous oxide emissions. So that's what we have right now. And to give you a sense what the sort of scope of where we are looking, this is an example. My house is on here. This is San Francisco estuary. And the pink is tidal wetlands, and the brown is former tidal wetlands that are now agricultural land. And just to highlight, the importance of the work in Indonesia, looking at mangrove conversion. Here in these coastal wetlands, these coastal peatlands, we have ongoing emissions, over 100 years later after land were converted. So just highlighting the importance of recognizing intertidal soils, but also recognizing as data becomes available, the land representation could be extended from the intertidal to the subtidal to include seagrass areas once data becomes available. So to recognize really the excellent work that is coming out of some of the leading states, you're going to hear in a moment from Maryland and then from North Carolina, and also work has already commenced in Washington State, and there's data for carbon stocks collected across the Pacific Northwest, as well as around New England. But we have included within the greenhouse gas inventory report of this year, so the 2024 report, which went in April, we've included a box. Now, the box just describes, that we don't have the information yet within our national inventory, but we are highlighting the work going on at the state level, which you might consider the provincial level in Indonesia, at the state level. And we are, looking very closely at the progress which is being made. So a consideration maybe for Pak Budi and the inventory team over there at the Climate Office in Indonesia, maybe also to capture the progress which is being made within a box, which helps highlight that activities are taking place. And with that, maybe I'll just end it there. And a very brief presentation, but hopefully captures where we are right now in the US on our inventory. Thank you very much. Back to you, Pak Novi.
Thank you, Steve, for your brief but insightful presentations on the US emission of interest. And also you have shown us that seagrass has been recognized in the US carbon inventory in 2024, particularly at the state level. Thank you. And Pur.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pak Nobby, do I have to unshare or are we all good there?
We will move to the next presenters before holding the Q&A sessions. Is that okay for you, Steve?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I was just contacted by Professor Booth that he's joining, but I will confirm.
Yeah, Pak Novi.
Oh, thank you, Pak Bur. Are you joining us now? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm joining. So,
All right.
yeah, I'm not sure whether it is my turn. If I have to wait, just let me know.
Okay, so will you be available for now?
Yeah, okay, no
Okay,
problem.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Pak Bur, for managing to join us. I know, we know that you are very busy, you've been very busy lately. So please allow me to read the CV for Professor Bur, a brief CV actually. So Dr. Rizaldi Bur is the director of the Center for Climate Risk and Opportunity Management in Southeast Asia and Pacific, or CCROMS SEAP, based in Bogor Agricultural University, Indonesia. He is a professor and senior lecturer at the Department of Geophysics and Meteorology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Bogor Agricultural University. Professor Bur has been involved in many national and international climate research programs related to both adaptation and mitigations. And he was also assigned by World Meteorological Organization as chairpersons for working group on agricultural meteorology, and also assigned by UNFCCC as a lead reviewer of greenhouse gas inventory of Annex 1 countries. Okay. Thank you, Professor Bur, again. So the session is yours now.
Thank you, Pak Novi. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to also to share the work that we are doing with the Ministry of Fishery. So now, yeah, let me check. Okay, so I just would like to ask you whether you can see the slide, the PowerPoint. Can you see it? Hello?
Yes, Pak Bur, yes.
Okay, so please allow me to off my video just to make sure that the connection is good, because if I turn on the video, maybe the connection is not so good. So please allow me to off my feed. All right. So, okay, thank you. So I don't want to use so much time. So I would like to share with you regarding the progress that Indonesia has made in terms of developing the inventory of the greenhouse gases for the seagrass. Because Indonesia recognized that actually the role of seagrass, blue carbon, in mitigation of climate change, it might be quite significant. But the problem that we do not have the inventory for this seagrass that has been developed. So we know that actually the data that we have are very lacking, but we are trying to do some approach how we can really estimate the activity data that required for estimating the emission from this seagrass blue carbon using a proxy and also assumption. Of course, it is lead into a high uncertainty of the estimate of the emission from this seagrass blue carbon ecosystem. But anyway, we would like to say that probably we would like to have input and also suggestion from you, Steve, for example, in particular, because you're also the author of the wetland supplement, how we can really address the problem challenge that we have in developing the seagrass inventory. Yeah. So let me start with explaining about the status of the seagrass, the state of the seagrass ecosystem in Indonesia. As you might know, actually, Indonesia have a potential of seagrass about 1.8 million hectare. But however, only
293,000 hectares that has been verified. It's only 18%, so there are large areas is not being verified. But in 2020, there is also another mapping on the seagrass has been done, and the mapping come up with the estimate of the Indonesian seagrass is about 1.8 million hectares. But we don't know the status of the health of the ecosystem. But based on the area that has been verified, which is only to 18%, it is also mentioned that actually there are 15.4% is a healthy condition, and 53.8 is unhealthy, and 30% is declared poor. So of course we know that the seagrass that has been degraded and are unhealthy and poor condition, it might lead into the high emission because of the remineralization of the sediment. But we know that in the healthy condition, there's also possibility that actually the process of sedimentation might continue, will also lead to the increase of the carbon. So we know that there are a number of factors that causing the damage of seagrass in Indonesia: coastal development, construction of port, dredging or excavation, ship traffic, troll fishing, dredging board, and so on. But we know that in the IPCC 2013 IPCC supplement guideline, so it's only provide a guideline for estimate the emission from city activities, which is excavation or extraction, which is loss of seagrass ecosystem due to coastal development, and then revegetation, it's a recovery of seagrass beds due to the restoration of the degraded seagrass bed, and also N2O emission from aquaculture. But the emission come from the disturbance seagrass, which is not really provided in the supplementary guideline, as well as also the capacity of healthy seagrass, which might also increase the sequestration of carbon through the sedimentation process. So in this regard, we would like to share with you how actually we can really add into this inventory the two new category. One is actually from the emissions come from the degradation of the seagrass. Then another one is actually the increase of carbon through sedimentation in the healthy seagrass. So this actually some of the reference that has been reviewed, and we know that actually the degraded seagrass might lose the carbon sequestration capacity, and also this all expose seagrass sediment to erosion and the mineralization of the argon carbon which is already deposited in the deposited sediment. And of course, loss of seagrass biomass due to degradation will also reduce the ability of seagrass to sequester organic carbon. So the result of research from ROCA, it is quite clear that actually there is an emission of CO2 from the degraded seagrass. So based on this research, actually we are just making use of the research to use the emission factor of the emission from the degraded seagrass in the it is have a calm water, whereas the turbulent is low, and the other one is the one which is a steady waters, where the hydrodynamic condition of the ocean is not so complex. And then we know also the process in the good seagrass. There is also where actually the seagrass exposure to low or too not much disturbance, and the process of sedimentation may also continue, as I mentioned before, and also increase the carbon in the sedimentation. So we also consider the area of this area, the capacity of this area in sequestering carbon. So based on that, so we developed the greenhouse gas inventory from the seagrass blue carbon ecosystem from 5 categories, emission categories. One is from the extraction, which is available, the methodology which is not available now, but we are trying to use an approach, and we develop an approach for that, as already explained before. And then the third is vegetation, recovery of seagrass beds due to the restoration of degraded seagrass bed, which is also available in the supplementary guideline. And the other one is the sedimentation, increase of carbon in sediment of good seagrass. So this actually the approach that we develop in generating the activity data for the area that has been converted or being exposed into excavation or extraction. So this data is also estimate, where actually we assume that the area that has been given the permit will be exposed into the excavation. So it's depending on the type of the permit. So in this context, we divide the type of permit into into category. One is the high extraction, in which the all carbon point seagrass area is being extracted. For example, if the area is being given a permit for developing harbor, for example, or dermaga construction, beach building, and so on. Why the other one for the low extraction? It means that only part of the licensed area of seagrass is being extracted, and of course, some part will be exposed into disturbance, which may lead into the degradation. So in this area, so we estimate the emission come from the extraction, and the other one estimate of emission from the degradation. So we know that this is actually the formula. I just skipped that one. And then we also estimate the carbon stock in the living biomass of soil of the seagrass. It is based on the measurement that has been done in various sites in Indonesia. So this work of the Brin and also from people from LIPI in a while ago. So it is quite clear that actually the data of carbon stock in the seagrass ecosystem, it is quite close into the IPCC, as just mentioned here, as you can see here. And then for the degraded ecosystem seagrass, so we approach to use an index. We call it seagrass ecological quality index. So in the area where we don't have a license, and then we need to estimate what are the level of degradation, what are the level of emission, and we use information or data related on the seagrass ecological quality index. We call it SEQI. So in this area, we call it degradation 2, where for the first one, where the area is already given a permit, but it should not be exposed into excavation or extraction. So, but it might still expose into the disturbance, which is degradation. So we assume that also emission from that area. And the other one is the seagrass ecosystem, where areas without lesion, but we do not have the SEQI data. The seagrass ecological quality index is stored in that area. So this three type of area where actually we use for the estimation of the emission from the seagrass degradation. For the seagrass ecological quality index being defined, it is quite common formula that has been used. And here actually we have done the monitoring of the quality of the seagrass ecosystem on three sequence years, 2018, 2019, and 2021. But now we do not continue the monitoring of the seagrass ecological quality index, but we are trying to use this data just to understand what actually the relationship between the disturbance with the quality index. So based on the discussion that we have also on the field where looking at the condition of the seagrass, so it has come up actually on average actually the quality of the seagrass ecosystem, it is about 7, where the calculation of the index is following the formula. So we agree that actually based on the field experience, the seagrass which have the SEQI is more than 7, it's assumed that actually the level of disturbance is still very low, and that's might not subject to degradation, but there is a possibility that in this area will accumulate the carbon through the sedimentation process. So we use this kind of assumption in defining which. Sorry. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Pak Bur.
Okay, sorry. Seems because there is a doubling sound. I don't know what happened. Now we are trying to develop between the what happening. Hello, Pak?
Yeah, we lost your display.
Don't know what's happening. Sorry, Pak.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
You might want to re-upload again your presentation, Pak Bur. Or we can also run your presentation from here, Pak Bur. If
No,
if
there is a recording there, so I think I need to off that one.
okay.
Integrity. Okay. Sorry. Can you see it again?
No, we have not seen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
coming
Now
up.
I just
Yeah.
move quickly now. So we are trying to estimate the area where we don't have the Seki.
Operator, can you make it
Why is
full
coming?
display?
Pak, ini kenapa muncul
Yes.
suara ya? What's happening?
Bisa, Pak. Bisa, sudah terlihat, Pak Bur. Yes, we have seen it already.
Okay, sorry. Okay, again. Sorry. This is annoying.
That's okay, Pak.
Okay. Can you see it now?
It's lost again.
Oh, very bad.
You might have pressed a certain button.
How about that one?
Coming up? Yes, that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Full display now. Thank you, Pak Bur.
Okay, all right. So now I would like to explain the way we estimate the area where we don't have the data on the Seki, the quality of the seagrass, based on the distance of the coastal, the seagrass from the coastal line, including also the distance from the population density who live in the coastal zone. Here is quite interesting because most of the seagrass actually located near the coastal area, which is between the 100-meter distance. And then we look at the data that has been monitored, and then we are trying to look at the correlation. It is quite clear actually the quality of the seagrass actually decreasing as the data get closer into the coastal line. So while in terms of the population density, the higher the population density live in the coastal, and then it is likely that actually the quality is also get worse. So these two information we use as a proxy to estimate what are the conditions of the seagrass in the coastal area. So we developed this we developed an equation based on these two information, and we found out a quite interesting result here, where actually the quality of the seagrass in the coastal area can be estimated based on the distance from the coastline, including also the condition of the population density who live in the coastal area. So we use this one to estimate the area that exposed into the degradation or not. Yeah. So this the formula for estimating the emission from degraded seagrass is quite simple. It is multiplication of the area with the emission factor, where the MX step is used is based on the ROCA research. Yeah. And then for the estimation of revegetation, it is following the IPCC guideline, but the area is being estimated based on the data that has been reported and monitored by the Ministry of Fishery and Ocean. And then for the sedimentation, this is the new one that I already mentioned before. So we estimate the active data for the seagrass, which actually not being disturbed or is being exposed to high disturbance. And so based on the condition of the quality index. So in this case, we assume that the seagrass ecosystem would have a quality index of more than 7. We consider that a healthy condition based on the discussion that we have with the expert who work on this area. So it is also simply we also again estimate the emission by calculating by multiplying the activity data with the emission factor, where the emission factor we use is from based on the NOVAC research, which is about 2.3 per hectare per year. And then for the N2O emission is based on the fish production. I think it is also well known. So we use this one following the IPCC guideline. And then the summary of the inventory of the seagrass. So we come up with the estimate of the emissions starting from 2018 to 2023, come from 5 sources. One is actually the CO2 emission from the extraction in the permit area. And the second one is from the degraded seagrass in the permit area, in which actually the area being given the permit is not exposed to excavation, but some of them are still remain. But of course, it's exposed into the disturbance. Yeah. And the third is actually the CO2 sequestration from the permit area, and then because of the revegetation activities. And then the fourth one is CO2 emission from degraded seagrass in non-permit area, which have information on the SECI, on seagrass quality index. And the fifth is the CO2 sequestration from the non-permit area, in which in this area we do not know information about the quality of the seagrass, but we estimate based on the proximity from the coastline and also the population density. And the last one is the N2 emission from the aquaculture. It is quite clear the choice of the assumption that whether SECI 7.4 or 7 will have an impact on the estimate of the emission. If we choose SECI 7, more than 7 is defined as the healthy seagrass, and then in 2023 this being estimated the level of emission from the seagrass ecosystem about 6.47 million ton. But we can see quite clear here, actually, based on the data of the SECI, we can see that actually there's a trend of the degradation of the quality of the seagrass, which lead into the increase of the emission from time to time. But of course, when we change the threshold for the healthy seagrass to 7.5, and then we can see that the level of emission from the seagrass ecosystem increasing from 6.4 into 10.4 million ton. But again, we also can see the trend of increasing of the emission from this seagrass ecosystem. So of course, we know that the uncertainty of the estimate is very, very high, because we derive the activity data using many assumptions and with also with limited data. But the emission factor based on the emission factors developed in other ecosystem, that as we know, the emission factor of this might be varied from one ecosystem to another, because there are many factors that are affecting the emission factors. So that's why there is a big research that needs to be done in the future to fill the gap, and also to increase the estimate of the emission from the seagrass ecosystem in Indonesia. So I think, of course, it is very welcome, your suggestion and input, how we can really improve. And also the challenge, actually, we need resources, of course, to improve the capacity in monitoring the seagrass ecosystem, in order to come up with a better estimate of the emission from this seagrass. So I think I would like to end my presentation there, and it is welcome for you to give a comment, suggestion, and advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bur. Applause to our first presenter, Steve Crook and Professor Bur. Thank you. Yeah, it is very interesting that the works that we are collaborating with Professor Bur also came up with several options or findings, including the potential additions for emission sources from seagrass degradations and also sedimentations. And yeah, in the absence of the time series seagrass maps, then the estimates of the different conditions of seagrass health is approached by the correlations by relating the seagrass ecosystem quality index and the proximity to populations, and also the number of the nearby populations of the location of the measurement of the seagrass quality index. We do still have some challenge, data availability and quality and methodological uncertainty, and some reporting and monitoring methods. Please, if you have comments or questions, you could keep them in mind or put it down in the chats or notes. We will come with the question and answer sessions later. Now we are moving on to the next presenters, the next speakers, which I think is the a more detailed explanations of what Steve already mentioned previously. It's about the seagrass inclusions in U.S. state inventories for the North Carolina or Maryland. And we have a poll code and Dr. Elliot Campbell for these sessions. Hello, Paul and Elliot, are you online? Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. We have Paul here, and I will briefly read the profile of the for Paul Code. He's an environmental analyst who advises governments and non-profit organizations on water quality, carbon accounting, and habitat conservation. He's the former director of the U.S. EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, at Oceans and Coastal Protection Divisions, where he supervised the National Estuary Program, the National Coastal Condition Assessment, the Ocean Dumping Program, and programs on vessel discharge, plastic pollutions, and climate resilience. And also he served on APA's emergency response teams for the Deepwater Horizon oil spill and Hurricane Katrina. In previous positions, he directed the EPA's Office of International Environmental Policy and worked in the private sector as an energy system analyst. So Paul and I think Elliot will highlight his recent works, including seagrasses into North Carolina greenhouse gas inventory, and we'll discuss the specific data and process that makes this possible. Please, Paul.
Thank you. Should I share my screen from here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, clearly, thank you.
So, let's see. Just sure that I can see the whole screen. Okay, going back to that first slide. I'm going to present in two parts. The first is describing the seagrass inventory, and then I'll go from there to describing the greenhouse gas inventory we developed from the seagrass inventory. And the slides about seagrass itself I'm using from their development by my colleague, Dr. Judd Kenworthy, our leading seagrass expert here in North Carolina. So here in North Carolina, we're at the intersection of two biogeographic regions where the Gulf Stream and the Labrador Current come together. And that means that we have two primary species, more southerly species and more northerly species. Let me just make sure that you can see the full screen here. I'm trying to, is my photo showing up on the screen too? I'm just trying to move my own screen out of the way. Is that clear? Is the screen clear?
Yes, it shows the rings overlap.
Okay, good. So those are the two main species, and there's also a third species, Rupia, that is here as well, and it fits in the middle of this seasonal pattern. And this is similar to what others mentioned about seasonal abundance, the variation. Let's see if I can. Okay, so for the North Carolina seagrass inventory, we divided the coast into three zones: a south zone, central zone, and a north zone. And our surveys showed that we did these surveys in 2007, 2013, and 2020, and we were able to. Let me just make sure that this is showing just what I'm intending to show. Okay, that's better.
Yes, you are now showing the North Carolina seagrass inventory slide.
Yeah, so we had the acres in the three different years, and the full technical method for the seagrass inventory is included in this report. You could just Google the title if you want, or also name the link there, and I can pop it in the chat later if you like. This gives the full approach that we used. And I'm going to go from there to, well, broadly, Judd asked me to say that in North Carolina, we've used aerial photography, high resolution, and manual interpretation. And that meant that we had to be careful for like when there were clouds, when there aren't, and plan our work very carefully around weather patterns. He thinks based on his worldwide experience that for Indonesia, he assumes that you would make more use of satellite platforms, perhaps lower resolution and automated interpretation. However, from what I've seen from earlier presentations tonight, you have a very sophisticated ability to do the high resolution work as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about what you all are doing there and whether you plan to make more use of satellite platforms. And then moving from the seagrass inventory itself, I'll describe what we've done to incorporate seagrass into the North Carolina greenhouse gas inventory. We started in 2021 and produced our final report on the seagrass itself about a year ago. And earlier this year, seagrass and also salt marsh were incorporated into the North Carolina greenhouse gas inventory. And the two work products that emerged from that, on the left is the seagrass part, that is coastal habitat, seagrass and salt marsh, the inventory just for those coastal habitats. And then on the right is the overall North Carolina greenhouse gas inventory, which includes the power sector, transportation, everything else, also the natural and working land sectors such as seagrass and salt marsh. And the inventory method we use is pretty standard. We have our activity data, which is the seagrass surveys in those 3 years, emission factors, and we use the IPCC Tier 1 estimate because that's the best that we had available to yield the emission estimate. And this is what it looks like when you play that out across the 3 survey years, the activity, the acres that were surveyed, and you can see the decline in the acreage there, the emission factor we used in the IPCC, net accumulation, and then the emission estimate, that is the net removal, which declines over time. And this is the page from our greenhouse gas inventory, translating all of that to the standard practice for presenting the data. We backcast to 1990, included 2005, and then each year we interpolated and projected to get these. We interpolated here to get the intermediate years and projected to 2021. That's the acreage, and then the greenhouse gas emissions removals as a result of that acreage. In addition, this isn't shown on the chart, but we projected the acreage from those surveys out to 2030 and to 2050, along with the associated carbon pool. The assumption being that under a business as usual scenario, that we'd have a continuation of those current trends. And that also allows us to consider what the effects of policy measures might be that would cause a deviation or improvement relative to the current trends. Some of our findings from 2007 to 2020, seagrass habitat was a net carbon sink, but the removals decreased over time a bit. However, this doesn't account for the one-time loss of carbon stocks, remineralization, when the seagrass cover is lost. Some of the policy and management implications. It shows the annual carbon benefits of seagrass, but also the decline in those benefits. Through other studies, we learned that the annual sequestration, that is the amount that is stored, is about 250 times the annual sequestration, and so protecting that stored seagrass is especially important. And that led us to consider which investments in seagrass conservation, that is protection and restoration, are the best carbon payoff. In our case, water quality improvements are especially important. And the work also helped to identify our research priorities, such as having North Carolina specific soil carbon accumulation rates, more pores, etc. And then there's another angle that we incorporated too, which is the interaction between climate change goals and coastal habitat protection goals. So in the North Carolina Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, the most recent one, which I also worked on, there's a goal to commit and protect and restore 191,000 acres of SAV, but that's mostly the high salinity or true seagrasses across the whole coast. And so that provides an acreage target that the state is already committed to. And the second is, in the same document, is developing scientific guidance on a water quality standard for light penetration. And this reflects local conditions with a target value of 22% of light to the deep edge of the SAV for all high salinity SAV or seagrass water body regions. And so that gives us a tool to fix what light we need in order to meet the seagrass acreage goal, because the light is the limiting factor due to water pollution, runoff, sediment, nitrogen, etc. So some lessons learned. Oh, going back to this slide for a moment. With these goals in mind, see, we already projected out business as usual seagrass coverage and carbon content to 2030 and 2050. But with these goals, we can project out what is the consequence for the climate of hitting the coastal habitat protection goal. Okay, so if we achieve these goals, they'll have clear carbon benefits. And so it's looking at the additionality, if you will, compared to business as usual case of meeting these particular goals, which are aspirational at present. Some of our lessons, just don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Get started and learn by doing, and fill in the gaps as we discover them, such as by holding expert workshops, improving data over time, and aligning the climate change goals with coastal habitat protection goals. This is Dr. Judd Kenworthy on the right here with some of his seagrass. We got a lot of science support for our greenhouse gas inventory from various agencies, Department of Agriculture, EPA, NOAA, Pew Charitable Trust, Sylvestrum Associates, Smithsonian, and we thank them very much. We wouldn't be able to do the work without their engagement. So that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Applause to Paul. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's a bit, it's similar to our works at the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries. We are now developing our first inventory for seagrass, and if I'm not mistaken, I heard that you also use the Tier 1 from IPCC. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
we did.
yeah. We are also using that Tier 1. We actually have already reviewed the existing or available emission factors for seagrass in Indonesia, but then, yeah, the result is too wide. Yeah, in quality, in the way they are collected, and then we decided to use the Tier 1. And yeah, this good lesson learned for us, yeah, for our works. Thank you, Paul. And we are moving on to the next speaker, Mr. Dr. Elliot Campbell. Are you online? Oh yes, yeah.
Yep, I'm here.
Can see you. Dr. Elliot Campbell is the director for the Office for Science and Stewardship at the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. He has expertise in systems ecology, ecological economics, carbon accounting, and ecosystem modeling, and was a research faculty at the University of Maryland, College Park. Prior to his work at he also previously worked at the state of Maryland. Elliot leads the effort to include seagrass in the state of Maryland's greenhouse gas inventory, and this is another important showcase that will be discussed with us today for an example of the seagrass inventory at state level of Maryland. Please, Elliot.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and it's really an honor to participate in this workshop. It's become pretty evident that Indonesia is really leading the way in terms of incorporating seagrass blue carbon. So it's exciting to participate. So I'm going to talk pretty briefly about our experience with incorporating seagrass into our blue carbon inventory. And so just to, sorry for the poor quality of the image, I just pulled it off the internet, but I wanted to kind of familiarize you with our region. The vast majority of Maryland is within the Chesapeake Bay watershed, so that large estuary that we share with Virginia. So there's a lot of SCD within the Chesapeake Bay as well as our Atlantic coastal bays. And there is the full kind of gamut of salinity ranges within the Chesapeake Bay, from tidal fresh all the way to polyhaline down near the mouth. And within those ranges, we have unique community types for SAB. So I'm going to go through this quick because others have hit on this pretty well. In Maryland, we built on work that Sylvestrum and Steve and his associates had done for the federal government, and incorporated some additional state-specific considerations, including SAV. And a big part of that was to account for the variability in salinity and how that affects both methane emissions in coastal wetlands and the SAV communities. So we would characterize this as a tier 2 approach because we did use state-specific rates for carbon accumulation as well as methane emissions. So I'm just going to set the stage with this slide in terms of kind of laying out what we need to know to do the SAV component of the inventory. And as we talked about in the first session here, we need to know the extent of seagrasses. It doesn't, you certainly would need to know the extent in the year that you did the inventory, but knowing the extent yearly is advantageous as well. We're very lucky in the Chesapeake Bay that we have a yearly inventory done by the Virginia Institute of Marine Science that collects aerial imagery and then pairs that with field data collection to map the extent on an annual basis. Another piece of information that's really useful that we, again, were lucky to have through the VIMS effort is the density of seagrasses. So they categorize the density into 4 different percent cover ranges. And we were able to look to the literature to relate those density ranges to carbon sequestration or carbon accumulation in the soils. It's not a perfectly linear relationship in terms of the carbon accumulation and density, but we were lucky enough that there's good literature published on that relationship. And then, of course, the seagrass species, and really in the Chesapeake Bay, it's oftentimes a mixture of species. So they're the community type, which is also being collected through the field data component of their survey. And then we need to know what is the biomass production and then resulting accumulation within the soils associated with those communities that we were able to get from literature review. And then how much of that biomass actually enters the soil. This is a big assumption. There wasn't great data on that locally, but looking through the literature, although it can range, and it'd be interesting to hear from the other experts, you know, what numbers that they would use and they've observed. But we had just assumed that 50% of the net primary production is buried and sequestered. And then methane production. I don't think we've talked a lot about methane production today. From looking at literature rates, it's not huge, particularly compared to like freshwater wetlands, but it does exist, and it does have a meaningful greenhouse gas warming effect. So we did include a number for methane. That's also a large area of uncertainty. There's really only able to find one data point within the Chesapeake Bay. And even globally, it seems like that's not an area that's been studied tremendously. And then another piece that we didn't include, and I was really intrigued to hear how the Indonesian inventory is incorporating it, is what's the carbon fate if there's dieback, or in many cases in the Chesapeake Bay, the SCD doesn't necessarily die back, but it's not consistent. It's not necessarily present every year. So because the water quality conditions are not conducive to SAD in certain areas of the bay in certain years. So we assumed that the carbon stayed in the soil, but that may or may not be the case. So here's a snapshot of the different inventory years and the extent of coastal wetlands that were included in the inventory. So for the wetland side, we did not include the salinity zones that were fresher than mesohaline, just because what we found, the methane emissions were significant. Well, part of it was that the methane emissions were significant enough so there wasn't a net sequestration effect. And there's also, we found less data for both the carbon sequestration side and the methane emissions in the freshwater and oligohaline sections of the coastal wetlands bay. But you can see the reason I included this, I wanted to show the year-to-year variability in SAV in the different regions of the bay. So you can say some years, 2016, 2017, we had really high years in terms of SAV extent, but then it's fallen, and that's really driven by water quality. Years that we have a lot of rain at the right time of year, increasing the turbidity, tends to yield a down year for SAV. All right, this is pretty much restating what we were just going over. But the bottom line is that we found about 300,000 megagrams or metric tons of CO2 equivalent, per year in our latest inventory, which is 2020. We'll be working on 2023 in the coming year. But of that number, only a little over 12,000 megagrams CO2 equivalent is coming from the submerged aquatic vegetation portion of the inventory, which is about 4% of that total. And that's both because the extent, as we saw in the last graph, is not as high as coastal wetlands, but then also the sequestration rates that we used are not as high as in the coastal wetlands. Coastal wetlands, we used a rate of a little over 3 megagrams CO2 equivalent per acre per year, whereas for SAV, it's about 0.45. And you could see that comparing it to the default rate, the IPCC default rate, our numbers are lower than that default rate. particularly for the mesohaline. The type of grass that's prevalent there is very low in terms of biomass. Yeah, and then we have a publication of the methodology that I'll paste in the chat after this. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Elliot, for the presentation. Applause to Elliot. And this personally is getting more interesting to me because, for example, it's similar to what we are doing for the seagrass carbon inventory. For example, we also doing transects for approaching the biomass productions from density parameter. We are using the seagrass watch method, modified seagrass watch method actually, for the seagrass transect. And I think another interesting thing from Elliot's presentation is that for the Maryland, they using the local sequestration rate and methane emission rate. Yeah. Okay, and I think it will be good lesson learned, good sources for our works at the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Those were all the presentations from Professor Rizal Dibur, Dr. Steve Crooks, Paul Koch, and Elliot Campbell. Now we have probably short QA sessions. So first, I would like to invite the QA from here, from the meeting room here at the MMF, for 2 question or comments. Yeah, please, Pak Agus Dumrawan, he's our senior at the Ministry of Marine Fisheries. Please, Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Novi. So good afternoon. So I'm very happy to get some information from our college from US and also from here from IPB for the information of the seagrass and blue carbon. But I'm sorry, my name is Agus Dermawan. So I'm sorry, my question is more about the policy aspect. I just listened from Stephen experiences in the US in the wetland management and Mr. Rizal Bull in seagrass blue carbon inventory, and also Paul concerning the climate change implication of coastal habitat protection. So my question is, what are your suggestions regarding to the requirement and detailed strategic step that the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries should carry out as a mandate of the data guardian or as wali data for seagrass to achieve in Indonesia in NDC? Thank you, Pak.
Steve and others.
Sorry, Pak Nabi, would you mind repeating the last sentence? I caught everything except for the very last part.
So I asked about your suggestion. What are your suggestions regarding to the requirement and detailed strategic step that the Ministry of Marine Affairs as Fisheries in Indonesia should carry out as a mandate as a data guardian for seagrass to achieve the Indonesia NDC? Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, I think Mr. Agus would like to see suggestions probably from the U.S. perspective on our institutional mandates for blue carbon inventory, and we are now focusing on seagrass, both for the data on the spatial extent, the maps, and probably for any lesson learned for the seagrass inventory experiences from U.S. You would like to?
Maybe I'll give a few thoughts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please,
and
Steve.
then pass it over to Elliot and Paul, because the states have really been digging into this, and it's very helpful to have a time series data set, and because you're really basing your management decisions upon what's happening, on the ground and under the water. And so understanding the change through time is really important. I would say it's more important than calculating an emissions factor. Maryland calculated their own using their data, and it's not that different from the IPCC default value. So really, the information which is critically needed is the change data through time. And I was really interested in the seagrass ecosystem quality index that was being developed there in Indonesia to really try and find another way of getting at a time series data when you don't have mapping data. So I think that was really, really critically important. And maybe if Paul or Elliot, do you want to jump in? Because, you're really thinking there about the state implications in your work. And so I'm sure you've got lots to share.
Please, Paul and Elliot.
I have a couple of thoughts. It's that the time series data are crucial. You have to know what the trends are to begin with, and that gives a sense of the net sequestration you're already getting. But in knowing which stressors are most significant in reducing seagrass coverage, I mean, to me, that's crucial. We know in North Carolina, for example, the biggest factor is poor water clarity due to runoff of sediment and then nitrogen. So you've got more chlorophyll. And so all the things that are going to block the light. And so it's like, what is the art of the possible? What is realistic in our case in terms of what are achievable goals for improving water quality, which allows us to decide that how much effort do we, what goals can we set? So for example, we set goals for seagrass acreage and for water clarity based on what we thought was possible in North Carolina and what the Clean Water Act required. So we're even using a non-climate tool, which is the Federal Clean Water Act, to achieve a climate objective by using it to improve water clarity, which over time will improve seagrass acreage. So it's blending together the goals of habitat protection and water quality and climate. So it's finding those alignments across policy spheres, I think, that's especially important here in North Carolina.
Thank you. Very interesting. Elliot, any experience for the Maryland case?
Yeah, I thought both Paul and Steve made excellent points that I would echo. The only thing I might add is that there are some, really seagrass is a tough system to work in because there are really important kind of remaining science questions that I think would ideally be addressed through local research. So really understanding things like carbon fate when you have diebacks, things like what's actually driving either diebacks or expansion of seagrasses. I think that index that Dr. Boer presented on was a great start to that end. So that's the only small piece that I would add.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Pagos, this is very, very interesting suggestion based on U.S. experiences. So I like to reiterate what Paul mentions, that it is not just a climate aspect. Yeah, it is like integrated aspect of conducting habitat protections, improving water quality, and then if those things are handled, then we could provide for climate contributions. Yeah, very interesting. Any more questions from here, the meeting room? One more questions?
Pak Novi, I would like to add a bit more. A bit.
Pak Bur, please.
Yeah, I think Paul, Steve, so Elliot mentioned a very good point. But I think the most critical for Indonesia, if we would like to include the seagrass for achieving the NDC target, and I think it is quite critical how we can really estimate the emission from this ecosystem, because when we are talking about the NDC target, of course, we need to define what are the target of emission reduction that we would like to have. But at the same time, by including the seagrass, it might also, the status of our emission is might also higher compared to the current one. In the case, we know that actually the condition of the seagrass, it is based on the survey that has been done by LIPI, the data that has been mentioned before, more than 80% of our seagrass are in the poor condition, also being degraded. So this might also lead to the emission. And I think this is the area of research of the area of the seagrass to estimate the condition of the seagrass. I think the seagrass ecosystem quality index is one of the work that has been done so far, and I think we need to use that one to identify what are the real condition on the ground related to the emission, especially on the status of the sedimentation, on the level of disturbance in the seagrass vegetation as well. So I think these are the things that probably need to be considered. So of course, the challenge that we have, how we can really monitor the activity data. So we can combine within the satellite with observation. For example, if we would like to know about the status of the water, whether it's clean, the transparency of the water, and then of course whether the satellite data that we have now are able to detect that. And then of course it is okay. It can be used. Can we use the satellite to really monitor that? And then how we can connect with the clarity of water, with the quality of the seagrass itself. So we don't know what other level of the how to say it, kekeruhan itu, the water transparency, the water cleanness with the seagrass ecosystem. So it is a combination of the technology satellite and then combination with observation, because if we rely on the observation, it will be very costly. And then if we rely on the satellite monitoring system, and then probably we need also to ensure that actually it come up with the estimate of activity data with a certain level of certainty. Otherwise, we might also come up with the estimate of the emission which have very high uncertainty. And now what we have now, I think with the approach that we are using, because we use so many proxy and assumption, of course we know that it might also have very high uncertainty. So we need to do more research on that, I think. So I think that my comment a bit, Pak Novi.
Thank you, Professor Bur. Yes, I think it is relevant to what you just mentioned, also relevant to what just previously mentioned by Paul, that times, and also Steve, time series data is important, and we already discussed, Pak Bur, before that it will be a good advantage if we have time series seagrass ecosystem health index measurements, but then we only have data from 2018 till 2021. Yeah, yes, time series data is important. So, and sorry, any more questions from the floor? From the meeting room? Okay, before asking Q&A session from the online, I will take my advantage of being a moderator to ask questions. So, regarding the time series mapping of seagrass in both North Carolina and Maryland, did you also use standardized mapping methods that was probably presented by NOAA, our NOAA colleagues, Megan and Rebecca? Did you use that method, or I don't know? Or do you have like standardized method for all states in the US for time series sequence mapping? Thank you.
So I think we both use aerial imagery to map the seagrass, which is quite a bit different than the satellite-based and machine learning methods that NOAA is pioneering. I would think that at some point the folks that do that surveying may transition to a method that's more similar to what NOAA is doing in terms of collecting satellite imagery and then the machine learning approach, because it is quite expensive to do the collect aerial imagery. You have to, you know, they fly planes every year to collect those images, and you have to, really coordinate the timing so you get the cloud free images. So I'm not directly involved in that project, but I have heard that there is a desire to move to a satellite-based approach, but it hasn't quite happened yet. I don't know if they're talking about doing that in North Carolina, Paul.
Yeah, our situation in North Carolina is similar to Maryland. I guess one thing that might be different is that the two seagrass experts who were responsible for our aerial survey and the whole interpretation on the mapping are retired NOAA senior scientists, Judd Kenworthy and Don Field. And so they stayed in close touch with their colleagues at NOAA as they figured out the method. And the method used for the aerial, the aerial survey and the interpretation is just very, very detailed on the maps. Going back to the first maps that were developed here in the 1980s. And so it's building on more rudimentary work, like going back, almost 40 years. So I guess more modern techniques will be incorporated when they're ready to be rolled out at this scale. And so if the work that our NOAA colleagues mentioned today, when that's available, we'd love to take advantage.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul and Elliot. Any additions, Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize the point made earlier by colleagues. The erosion, the release of soil carbon when seagrasses are disturbed, either when they're cleared or when they're excavated. Because that can release a good number of years worth of carbon. There's quite a lot of anecdotal information that when you denude a seagrass bed, you start to see scarps forming and erosion take place. So, we are missing an important part of the equation if we only think about the sequestration when the wetlands in place. And when we think of carbon stocks, also, just because of seagrass sediments, quite often we find in many parts of the world that if you look underneath the seagrass, you'll find salt marsh sediments or coastal peatland sediments or mangrove sediments, which have a really high density of carbon. And the seagrasses are, really capping the top of it now. And so and the seagrasses are important for protection from erosion. So really, it's understanding that the important role that the seagrasses serve in protecting a really historic stock, potentially, of carbon. And just one additional point to make, that right now, we're only really thinking about, carbon, sort of atmosphere, water, biomass, sediment, and the organic accumulation. But there's a lot of lateral flow of carbon that comes out of seagrasses, either in the form of organic material or in the form of inorganic material, leading to alkalinity production, potentially. And so I think as the science evolves, we're going to probably find that the carbon sequestration value of seagrasses will increase over time rather than decrease. And so it does place a heightened role on the importance of conservation and restoration measures when it comes to protecting our seagrass and other coastal ecosystems.
Thanks, Steve. Good point. Yeah, I think to some extent it was also identified from our work with Professor Boer about the parameters related to soils. Yeah, and yes, this is a good point. Pak Boer, any additions to that before I ask the audience online, sorry. Okay, terima kasih Pak Boer. Any comments or questions from participants joining online? Silakan berbahasa Indonesia, Jawa, English. Teman-teman ada yang memantau pertanyaan di online? Oke. Yeah. Thank you to all speakers, Professor Rizal Dibur, Dr. Steve Crooks, Paul Coe, and Dr. Elliot Campbell for the insightful presentations. Yeah, I think this is very interesting because to some extent the both sessions in this workshop, the mapping aspects and also the seagrass carbon inventory aspect from both Indonesia and US have a lot of in commons, yeah, in the process, yeah, and even in the technical aspects like the algorithm, the data use, the emission factor use, and yeah, I think it should include also, if we care about the seagrass carbon, then we should also add non-climate tools as mentioned by Paul. Yeah, including habitat conservation and also improving the water quality. So yeah, big applause to all our speakers. Yeah, thank you. And we are moving to the last sessions, and I was informed by our colleague from US Embassy that we will have Dr. Matthew Kupchik, yeah, to announce some potential follow-up for the Indonesia-US collaborations. And yeah, he is Dr. Matthew Kupchik is an experienced marine natural resources advisor at USAID, where he leads initiatives focused on sustainability and resilience in natural resource management across Asia. He holds PhD in biological oceanography with a strong track record in biodiversity conservation, fishery sustainability, watershed management, pollution mitigations, and governance models that foster economic growth. Are you with us, Matthew? Online?
Yes, moderator, I'm online.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Please, the floor is yours. Dr. Matthew.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Let's see if I can load up the presentation here briefly. So this is towards a scaled up blue carbon finance in the Indo-Pacific region. This will be a short presentation on where we are and some potential next steps. So USAID in 2022, through the Integrated Natural Resource Management, or INRM mechanism, commissioned a blue carbon activity study overview. This was an analysis for Indonesia, Philippines, and 12 Pacific small island developing states to look at the structure of blue carbon in the region. This was based on a trend analysis looking at rates of sequestration or loss of sequestration in multiple environments, a community risk analysis for blue carbon, and then a financial assessment of blue carbon as well. This was looking at mangroves, seagrasses, relevant to our discussion here today, as well as the biological pump, and I think brought up in some earlier presentations as well, looking at fisheries, diel vertical migration, and other sources of blue carbon sequestration. This will ultimately result in the investing in resilience, blue carbon ecosystems, communities, and finance for the Indo-Pacific, and that document is currently in production and will be shared relatively soon. The next step is we're developing a finance facilitation menu of options. This includes stakeholder classification and mapping, project developers, investors, off-takers, technical assistance providers, as well as a list of project archetypes, for example, blue bonds, payment for ecosystem services, private sector engagement, or even debt for nature swaps, and then an archetype diagnostic tool. So based on the current situation, the ecosystems involved and the potential players and stakeholders, what project archetypes could be used and how could they be implemented to really look at the financing opportunities and potential gaps and issues associated with blue carbon finance. So the opportunity for engagement in some next steps is we're proposing to do and engage with the embassy and with the government of Indonesia and the ministry on a blue carbon roundtable, potentially for the January-February 2025 timeframe. In Indonesia, Jakarta, if needed, or where else makes most sense. In the coming weeks and month, really have a ongoing dialogue to determine how best to structure this roundtable as a follow-up to this more technical meeting on seagrasses, to look at some of these financial archetypes, what opportunities may exist, and really bring the right stakeholders into the conversation to begin to look at what those opportunities might be, what some of those structures might be in terms of identifying the finance mechanisms that could be utilized, and even potentially identifying some next steps to bring some of those stakeholders, financing opportunities, and government policy goals together. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Very useful informations. Right. We have a potential roundtable, blue carbon roundtable, early next year. Yeah, and USAID seems to have potential programs to collaborate with on blue carbon as well. And thank you for the information. So I will try to any questions for Matthew's informations? Any questions? You want to know the amount of the funding might be provided, or I don't know. Yeah, please. We have Dr. Hendra Yusansiri, please. Our the special info to the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries for ecology and social economic aspect. Please.
Thank you, Novi. Just wondering. Thank you for Matthews for the announcement. I think if I'm just wondering that as you mentioned about the 6 countries that already cover for the analysis of the blue carbon. Can you inform us which country is it? So is it a part of like South Pacific Island countries or what? And the second point is like how do the roundtable looks like? Is it just identify the opportunity or just like mapping the gaps, or is it beyond that? Things what we really want to, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm thinking we need more how to concrete action, such as like our agency in the ministry, they have already collaboration with the Maryland University and also some laboratory in the Maryland University there. So I'm wondering whether we can moving like that as well. So thank you.
Yeah, those are great questions. To answer your first question on the Pacific Small Island Developing States, those are the 12 where USAID works. This is the Federated States of Micronesia, Palau, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, Kiribati, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Nauru, Tonga, and the Kingdom of Samoa. In response to the second question, which is the structure on how this will work, this is not necessarily based on the technical discussion that we had today on some of the mapping tools and opportunities, techniques to use to determine some of the mapping and carbon flows, but more around identifying some of the finance opportunities. So working, for example, USAID's Collectif program, which is working on community-based and financial success for community-based marine protected areas. How can you identify appropriate financing modalities that can support or utilize blue carbon as a source? Whether that happens to be associated blue bonds, whether that happens to be appropriate carbon pricing into already existing financial transactions, or whether that happens to be debt for nature swaps, voluntary carbon markets, etc. So the goal of the roundtable, and this will be hopefully an ongoing discussion to frame this in a way that makes sense for the ministry and for stakeholders to get the most out of the roundtable as a collaborative process in designing it, so that it can really be that fit for purpose as you're describing. So this could be something where we are bringing the appropriate financiers, the appropriate private sector partners, the appropriate banks, if necessary, international banks, or even investment groups into a discussion, so that we can identify where there may be already avenues for collaboration, or, as you pointed out, where there may be some barriers already. And I think this was discussed earlier, in some of the variability in some of the assessments of whether we're talking strictly carbon or methane sequestration rates in certain seagrasses due to either loss or degradation, how those may be affecting the investment landscape, or how we may be able to use some of the methodologies described here today to overcome some of those challenges that investment would have in really taking advantage of opportunities to invest in blue carbon ecosystems in Indonesia.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew James, because two countries you mentioned about the South Pacific, PNG, and also Solomon Island, also part of the CTICFF, and then I guess through the support from USAID as well, I hope you can be, strengthen regional cooperation such as like CTICFF, but we, Indonesia, also quite active in the technical working group of the climate change for CTICFF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Indra, for the questions and for the response from Matthew. Any comments or questions for Matthew? Okay, so thanks everyone. We are now approaching the very final sessions of our today's workshop, and I would like to emphasize that the two themes selected for these workshops are not like a standalone scientific aspect. So, yeah, those two themes are actually our ongoing works. So we are, as mentioned also by Professor Prama from the first sessions about the mapping. Yeah, we are collaborating with, we are formally collaborating with other institutions, including our National Geospatial Agency, and then our Research and Innovation Agency, and from universities, Hasanuddin University and Gajah Mada University, which is the implementing agency. And for the seagrass carbon inventory, we've been working with also various institutions, including updates presented by Professor Boer, where we are now looking at the potential of seagrass ecosystem quality index as proxies for our seagrass health conditions. And from our work with Professor Boer, we also assessing the potential additions of for wetland supplements, which relate to soil carbon, as also mentioned by Steve. And yeah, I think for both teams aspects, for the US and Indonesia collaborations, we will keep engaging with them, because to some extent the technical aspects we even have a lot of in commons. Yeah, even the algorithm, the formula, the emission factor, the seagrass transect survey methods used by Maryland and Indonesia, we have a lot of in commons. And we will keep engaging with our US colleagues to enrich our ongoing works. And also, it is important that if we care about seagrass blue carbon, we need to care also non-climate aspects. We need to conserve, to preserve seagrass ecosystem themselves by any means, by allocating them to MPA, for example, or like the US case, there's like regulations, to 2021 regulations on protecting seagrass. And we also need to improve the water quality conditions, since seagrass is very dependent on this water quality for photosynthesis process. We have many in commons for our works, and we will keep communicating, collaborating, and there are opportunities, as mentioned by Matthew, for regional blue carbon works, including Pacific countries. And early next year there will be a roundtable event, which we may still need have time, which we still may have time to discuss about the structure or organizations. Thank you very much, to all the speakers, to all the participants, to all the VIP person. We have privilege to have VIP persons here, Dr. Hendra Yuhansiri, Pak Agus Dermawan, Pak Andi Rusandi, our seniors, our mentors. Thank you for your time, for joining us. So big applause to all of us. And thank you. Have a good day for our colleagues in Indonesia, and have a good night or evening for our colleague in the US. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Mr. Novi and all the speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our workshop. To close our today workshop, we would like to invite Dr. Hendra Yusransiri, Senior Advisor to Minister on Ecology and Marine Resources, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to deliver his closing remarks. To Dr. Hendra Yusransiri, the time is yours.
I'm very sorry. Our special info to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Dr. Yusransiri, will have a closing remarks. Please, time is yours.
I guess I'll start from here, right? So, huh? Huh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Thank you, Pak Novi. Thank you, Bu Rini. First of all, I would like to, as we conclude today, our meeting, would like to express our appreciation to distinguished speaker. Actually, I learned a lot from today. Just want to sitting outside and just listen to what's going on, and then also try to catch up with the update information, and also, like Pak Novi said, as what we call this grid analysis and so on. And also for the organizer, I think this is really important, because this contribution will be, and highlight discussion today will be, enrich our understanding, and also how to, as Bu Fegi mentioned this morning, improve our special chapters on ocean in our NDC. I think this is a really big step for Indonesia. In our NDC, we mentioned about ocean. So I would like also to highlight some potential, especially as we learn a lot about the seagrass ecosystem. This is one of maybe my personal view that this is like what do you call this? The step brother or step sister of ecosystem. So it's not like more attention, such as like coral reef and also the mangrove. So that's why I really appreciate that the work from a colleague from Seagrass Network. It is already established, and then we hope we can strengthen our capacity and also capability in the accurate mapping, inventory, capacity building, and also development methodologies. I think all of this is crucial for incorporating the seagrass into the national carbon inventory. Even we have already established our mapping for the roadmap. I hope we need to strengthen our collaboration, especially from the US side and also the international entities, because it's really vital for us to address what we call this. We don't know much about this seagrass ecosystem. From the Professor Prama, we learn a lot how we conduct the survey, physical survey in several locations. Still, this is need more work to be done. So I hope by working together we can bridge the gap of knowledge and also enhance our data quality and quantity, of course, because we need more data about the seagrass, and then also effective strategies for strengthen the blue carbon initiative for the benefit of both our communities and environment. And as Matthew mentioned also, I hope we can identify some financial modalities and also financial mechanism that can strengthen us to make sure that our blue carbon and also other habitat ecosystem, as last session mentioned, highlight about this important. We hope that we can have clear directions on that one. So again, I would like to extend our ministry gratitude to the presenter, moderators, excellent moderators, participants from both Indonesia and also international partner, especially from the United States. I think this is really late evening for you, and of course, we really appreciate you making, you sharing, you share your views and also knowledge for this workshop. So let us continue our working together and beyond today, and ensure that our collective effort will be lasting impact on health of our blue carbon ecosystem and our broader fight against climate change. I wish you all success, your endeavor, and look forward to having more positive impact for our joint collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Hendra Yusransiri for the closing remark. And all the session is already ended. So thank you very much for all the participants, the speaker, and the moderator for today. Stay safe and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Itu kalau bintang belum semuanya itu tercover. Kalau catering belum semuanya.
Masih pesan makanya kita kolaborasi dengan data-data ada data di sana.
Iya, kolektif. Gimana? Hah? Iya. Ini saya tuh kan ada yang
negeri nirmala, mengukir deretan peristiwa, membangkitkan jiwa Garuda, menggelitik kobaran para merah putih muda, agar abadi lepas negerinya dari argari durjana. Wahai tanah bersahaja Indonesia. Kulihat ibu pertiwi sedang bersusah hati, air matanya berlinang, mas intannya terkenang. Ibu kami tetap cinta putramu yang setia, menjaga harta putra menjaga harta pusaka untuk nusa dan bangsa. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, ku hargai. Tanah air ku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, ku hargai. Di sana tempat lahir dibuai, dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata. sedang bersusah hati. Air matanya berlinang, mas intannya terkenang. Ibu kami tetap cinta, putramu berlinang, emas intannya terkenang. Ibu kami tetap cinta, putramu yang setia, menjaga harta pusaka untuk nusa dan bangsa. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang susah